Integrity Doctors, this is it. We're back, man. We are back. It is another year, it's another summer, and it's another stream. This is the Integrity Doctors 2026 summer stream. My name is Ryan. I'm thrilled to be with you. This is going to be one awesome day. Now, obviously, anytime we can get together is a great thing. I wish we were in person, but today you get to be comfy. I get to be comfy. You get to sit in the comfort of wherever you're at right now, and I get to hang out in my office. And today is going to be a blessing upon both of us. This is going to be a great day. We've got some incredible things planned for you. And what today is, today is a time for us to get together to refresh you, to refuel you to the next level. You've gotten past the first half of the year. Now we got the second half to go. And if you're running on fumes, that's what today is for. We're going to get you pumped up. We're going to get you ready. We're going to get you everything you need to get this thing going. We want to make our dreams happen. We want to make our purpose happen. We want to reach the world. We want 80% of this profession, 80% of the country under regular chiropractic care. And to do that means we've got to do stuff today. We've got to do stuff and get to you and start working and start focusing and get a refresher. Okay, we've got some incredible stuff. You've got Keith. Keith's going to be here this morning. He's got a great class I know prepared. I'm going to be here. I'm going to do two classes. I'm going to do one on marketing here in the morning, and then I'm going to end things off with some good stuff, with a little good word I've been working on that I think will be very helpful to you. We've got Carolyn here. She's going to teach some stuff, and we've got Dr. Doug as well. It's going to be an awesome day here at Integrity Doctors, an awesome one. But first, before we get into it, I've got a few announcements. I've got some announcements and things, and I've got some things that we do that I just want to make sure we take care of. But at the same time, I do want to start things off a little differently. I was in the Word this morning, and I really felt pressed on me to mention something because it's something that I think a lot of us deal with in different ways. But it's something that I want to address today because, obviously, as you know, we are not ashamed of our faith here. We are God-fearing people, God-loving people. I always pray the day out, and Keith brings the heat typically with the scripture in the morning, and that's something we love to do. But one thing I want to start today off a little differently is I want to pray for today. At the end, I'll pray for you, but I want to pray for the event, and this really kind of came to me because I had noticed recently that our AI Clinic Assist app, the iPhone app, had got a 1-star review, and that the review was just the fact that we are pushing religion, that we are. I don't want religion pushed on me, and I see that. I recognize that. I mean, obviously, we're in America. You can do, think, and believe what you want, and that's all well and good with me. I know what I believe, and I know where I'm going, and it's going to be awesome. I'll tell you that much. It's going to be awesome. But I also know this. You guys can get that. Notice when you get an email, you'll send out patient emails, and someone will say, "You're sending me too many emails." Now, are you? No, you're not. You're not Amazon. You're not sending out 3 emails a day every single day of the year. You're sending out a few, but then when you get that email, it's very easy to instantly go into your head and think, "Ooh, should we back off the emails? Oh, we don't want to make anybody mad. Oh, we don't want to upset anyone. Should we stop emailing?" No, we're not going to stop emailing. And the same for us. I get that, and it's easy to look at it and think, "Oh, maybe we should dial back. Maybe I should not mention how great God is to me. Maybe I should not mention that God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. Maybe I shouldn't. But no, that's not how it's going to go. I really feel like God was putting on me that we need to pray for today because He's given me the words for the day. He's given our team the materials we need today that we are going to give to you. And so for that, I want to pray this thing up first. Okay? So God, I want to start today by thanking you, praising you, giving you all the glory for everything that comes of us, everything that's come out of this company, all the results, all the things that we do, all the things we present. I pray that you would bless today, bless this morning, that you would give me and the other speakers the right words, the right thoughts, the right things so that we present what you want for our teams and our offices, our doctors and our staff. God, I pray that you would open up the eyes, hearts, and minds of each of the people listening to this, that those who need to hear certain things, as presenters, we don't know who needs what, and so we put that on you, Lord. You know who needs certain things, and we pray that you would open their hearts and minds, that they'd listen, that they'd receive, that they'd take in, and that they could use the gifts and the words that we have to present to them today. I pray a blessing over all the equipment, that all the equipment would work, that there would be no problems today, that nothing would be affected, that nothing would come upon it. I pray that you bless this day, bless it well, and we are grateful, Lord. We give you all the praise. Thank you, Lord. Amen. All right, I feel better. I feel ready. I'm pumped, man. I am pumped. Now, let me go ahead and start. Let's start with my picture, okay? If you know what that is, every single time, because we're not live, I can't be there. Shake your hand, hug you, give you a high five, whatever it may be. But I want to take a picture with you. So if you could, gather your team around the screen, or however you're watching, or, if you just want to pose with a selfie, that's cool too. In a second, I'm going to pose. I'm going to pose. I'm going to smile real big because I want to look good. But then I want you to take a picture with me. Now, this year's a little different. We don't have the wall for you to spread it on. I want you to post it to social media, to Facebook or to Instagram. Either one of those, Facebook or Instagram, either one will work. You can even do Twitter if you want. And all you have to do is in the caption, type hashtag, the pound key, hashtag Integrity Doctors, all one word, INTEGRITY DOCTORS. That will get it to me. That will get it so we can see it, and I can see you. And even on our systems training homepage there, it'll pop up. It'll refresh as the day goes on. But that's what I want you to do. Okay, so just post it to Facebook or Instagram. Have one of your team do it. Doesn't matter. You don't have to write anything. You don't have to get crazy about it. Just post it, just so we know what you're doing, so we know you're all together. Just post, hey, we're happy to be celebrating chiropractic this morning. Just as simple as that. And then hashtag Integrity Doctors, all one word. Make sure there's an S on the end, and that will get it to us. Okay? That's it. So right now I'm going to pose. I hope you're ready. I hope you're gathered around. You look great. You look amazing. You're going to be awesome. This is going to be awesome. You're ready for this. Let's pose. I'm going to move the microphone here for a second so I can do this, and we're going to... Just a couple more seconds. There we go. Hopefully you got it. Hopefully you've got the thing. If you're not, obviously you can take it at any time. There you go. Hopefully we've made it through. But man, we've got a great day. Now Keith is going to start this thing off, but before he does, I got a couple announcements I want to make sure that you know. We have made a couple changes. I know most of you know this, but I do want to make sure it's clear. If you are a member under coaching with us, all of your training, all of it is now in AI Clinic Assist. If you're a member of coaching, you have AI Clinic Assist, and you're a member of our elite team. If you're a member of our elite program, which is awesome. We're about to go to Nashville here just very shortly, just this next month. And then we got Hawaii later this year, which is going to be absolutely incredible. We're even going to go tour Dr. Dean Shiver's office. It's going to be one amazing time. It's going to be incredible. So that's coming up. But if you're a member of Elite and you're in AI Clinic Assist, all of your Elite materials are now inside AI Clinic Assist as well. It's one app for everything. So if you are a member under coaching, you are now inside AI Clinic Assist. If you're a member not under coaching, if you're one of our silver members and you just pay the low monthly fee just to access our members, you're still in the Integrity app. The old Integrity Training Center is now just the Silver Training Center. It's just for our silver members who are not under coaching. But everything else, the silver, you have your AI, you have your elite stuff as well. If you're a member of Elite, that will stay in there. But if you're under coaching, you're now, everything's in AI Clinic Assist. You have one app. That's all you have to do. Everything's there. Everything's in it. It's great. Now, we've also added in the events section, we've added brand new calendars. And the reason we changed up the calendars is that we added a feature. We updated it so that there's a button at the bottom of the whole page, or there's one inside each event where you can save and subscribe to the calendar. So that way, if you hit subscribe to calendar, it'll add all the events to your calendar. So if you want an easy way to save and keep track of what we're doing here at Integrity and put it to your personal Google, Outlook, whatever calendar you use, it can do that now. So that's an incredible thing. So whether it's saving the Zoom calls, whether it's saving Elite calls, elite events, whether it's saving our live streams or our in-person team retreats, which we still have a couple. We're sold out. We're on a waiting list right now for Indianapolis, but we still have, I think, maybe 10, 15 seats left for Dallas. It's filling up very quickly. So you want to save these dates and get in there. It's there. It's ready for you. Okay? So get the dates, save them, subscribe to the calendar. That's a huge help. Something we didn't have before. I'm very excited that we can provide that now. So that makes things a whole lot easier for everybody. That way it's more not just in one calendar, it's in everything. So this is going to be incredible. Incredible. Lots of new stuff, lots of new things coming. I've got some new stuff in the marketing class. This is going to be a day. This is going to be a day. You are in the right place at the right time. That's exactly right. So let's do this thing. Let's just jump right in. That's enough announcements. I can come up with more later, I'm sure, today. But here we go. You ready? We're right now going to go out live to the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only. Please welcome my father, Mr. Keith Mall.
Well, good morning, everybody. How great it is to be here. Summer stream, man. Finally, I mean, it's a great day in the neighborhood. This is a good time when you don't even have to leave your neighborhood. You can just stay in your own pajama party there together with plenty of food and good team together. And you're just going to have a good time. And you get to listen to me at the same time. Is that awesome or what? Yay for our team. This is going to be a great day for you. You are in the right place at the right time. And I am excited about doing this, and I want to kind of get right to it. Let's kind of jump right in there. And I've got a topic, I've got a question for you that I want to just, who would you say are the top tier healthcare providers in the country? Who gets the award these days? Top tier healthcare provider. Is it MDs? Is it chiropractors? Is it you? What does a top tier practice look like anyway? What does it sound like? How does it perform? How does a top tier practice perform? Now, we're gonna make kind of a list here, but I want to do this. Let's start out with other businesses. Can you tell in other businesses who are the top tier? And when you think of the top tier in other businesses, who do you think of? And why did they get there? When was the trophy given out? Can you tell it in other businesses? Can you tell, for instance, the difference in first class and coach if you get on a plane? Get on a plane, first class, and let's go. Can you tell the difference in top tier and also ran middle tier and low bottom tier? Let's do it with other things too. We can do a plane. Let's do this. Clothing stores. How about clothing stores? I don't know. Can you tell the difference? Is there top tier clothing stores and then not so much? Can you tell the difference in Walmart and Saks Fifth Avenue or Neiman Marcus? Can you tell the difference? And what is it? Which one would be top tier and which one would be mid tier? Which one would be low tier? And you've got stores in low places, all right? What would you put in there? What would it be? And here's a funny one. Here's a funny one for you, buddy. And how about just getting gas? You got to do it all the time. You might have had to. So when you get gas, is there differences? Is there different tiers of where you get gas? It used to be that all gas places were the same. They were with pumps. You pull in, you get in, they all look the same, sound the same, act the same. But, not so much anymore. Is it changing or what? I mean, first of all, it went to Wawas, which I thought was a strange name, but nevertheless. Wawas, and man, they were nice. They're nice. They are really nice. But boy, nothing stays the same, does it? Now we've moved to another one, haven't we? Now it's Buc-ee's. But is Buc-ee's something else or not? Buc-ee's. How many of you have been to a Buc-ee's? You ever been to a Buc-ee's? It's unbelievable, man. It makes a mall look cheap. I don't know what to tell you, but I mean, this thing has taken over the lead in getting gas. And that really tells you something right there. It shows that Anybody at any time can decide to take the lead in any business. And look how, Buc-ee's came out of nowhere. Who's ever, if I had mentioned Buc-ee's even, I don't know, what would you, 2 years ago? It'd be like, Buc-ee's, there's no such thing as a Buc-ee's. But now, I'm telling you, have you ever been to a Buc-ee's? Now people are wearing Buc-ee's shirts, and it's taken over the lead. And it did it what seemed like overnight, didn't it? Which tells us something. No matter what has always been, anybody at any time can decide and go for taking the lead, taking over. There's a message there somewhere. There's a point there that I think we probably ought to get. What great proof of how a new leader can emerge. And so it is true with healthcare, you guys. Now, let's take healthcare. Can you tell me what the top tier looks like in healthcare? What does it take? And I got another question for you. What tier do you want to be in? That's a good question, isn't it? Come on. Now, let me establish a couple things. Just because you are a healthcare provider, and that's what you're called a healthcare provider, that does not put you in the top tier, you guys. Any more than being called a gas station put you in the top tier of gas stations. Just because you're a healthcare provider does not put you in the top tier. It doesn't come just with the healthcare provider label. Are you in the top tier? Well, yeah, we're a healthcare provider. Well, yeah, that's true. But does that put you in the top tier? You are not the top tier in healthcare because of what the sign says in front of your office. Lots of signs in front of lots of businesses and lots of stuff. But just because they have a sign out front doesn't put them in the top tier. Now, now, does your sign matter? Well, yeah, it matters. It does matter, but it takes more than that to put you in the top tier. It doesn't come from what kind of doctor's degree you have. The honor is not automatically bestowed upon MDs. Some of you think, no, the honor is not automatically bestowed upon an MD. Oh, they're in the top tier. No, they are not. The bottom tier and the mid tier are filled with all kinds of doctor's degrees in every area and everything. It takes more than the degree to put you in the top tier. And it isn't because of what you say you are on a brochure and stuff. And it isn't what you say or portray on social media, on a social media ad. That doesn't put you in the top tier because you put out one great brochure or one great ad. Now, I'm not saying that those things aren't important. They are, just like the sign's important, just like the degree is important. But no. That doesn't put you in the top tier. I think, no matter what you say, eventually you're going to have to back it up. Now, you guys admit it. Come on, admit it here. We have all been fooled by enough Facebook ads to discover that most of these things have the credibility of a bank robber. My word. Have we been tricked? There's so much false information. They even put on, I've done deals where they came out and said, this person died today. Oh, isn't it too bad that they died? And you go tell people, oh, it's so terrible that this person died. Oh no, only to find out fake. It was a fake. It was a fake ad. It was a fake thing. It was to get attention only. It was fake. How many of you ever, you can turn to the other person next to you and say, well, no, I've never been fooled by this. Well, okay, good for you. But I've bought stuff. I have bought stuff where then I thought, whoa, what a great deal. Oh, that's a great thing. Oh, what a great product. Do the deal and it doesn't even show up. I'm never able to get the product, never get the thing. Tricked, fooled, fake. Just because you say what you are on a Facebook ad now doesn't mean that's what you are. It's not enough to put you in the top tier. In other words, it isn't just the brochure or the ad that makes you top tier. So, you guys, what separates the worst from the first? The top tier from the bottom tier or the mid tier. And what would be on your list of those things that would separate the two? How do we get there? What classifies the award? Now, these things have been changing too, just like the names like Wawa have changed and Buc-ee's. Many doctors are using profit now as the gauge of a top tier practice. That's the one thing. And you guys, this is dangerous. And I'll tell you what, there's no question now. Don't get me wrong. I know you. There's no question that profits are essential to being in business. You have to make it. It's essential, but it doesn't put you in the top tier. No. It's essential to you be in business just as the heart is essential to the body for being alive. I mean, your heart's got to be beating. You got to have a heart to be alive. But, you guys, that one organ alone does not give your body complete wellness. It takes more than that. So it takes more than just being profitable. Although profit is essential in business, it certainly is not the measuring stick of whether or not you deserve the ranking of the top tier. Because it isn't just one thing, you guys. How many times do I say this? It isn't just one thing that makes us top tier. When profits, as an example, becomes the main target for being top tier status, there can be a fatal decline in other areas of quality, which then qualifies you for the top tier status. As an example, when shortcuts become the priority for overhead, the result is the main focus of profits creates the focus of cutting corners. And what are some of those signs anyway, so we can recognize them? Well, it reveals itself in the team, for one thing. You can tell in the team when there's cutting corners. Training shortened. Not well trained, just thrown in the pool and told to swim. A thin staff. Not thin staff. Not very many staff. Patients left alone too long, for example. Too long on therapy. Eesh. Sometimes even causing some pain, some physical pain. Here's another one. Patient education starts getting shortened. What happens in the midst of this cutting corners? Safety drops to minimal checking off the safety boxes and conditions of the facility and the equipment. And we start cutting those corners. Instead of 5-star maximum concerns for patient safety. This can get cut. So cutting corners, you guys, presents safety issues for patients. We got to watch it. There's more to this thing than profits. The top tier realizes cutting corners jeopardizes reputation. And you guys, I'll tell you, reputation doesn't recover that easily. Integrity and ethics, high standards, they're mandatory for the first tier because it's almost impossible to get your reputation back. Physical harm due to neglect can become a video gone wild and viral, I guess they say. In a heartbeat it happens. Cutting corners has always existed, you guys, in practices. And it certainly has an important place. I mean, there are places where there needs to be the cutting of corners. But you got to watch it because today we are facing a growing problem. It's called the internet. And every photo, every clip travels faster than sound. And I'm telling you, there's people with these phones, all the time cell phones, and they videotape conversations, videotape somebody complaining, videotape something that happened, something that broke. When an incident goes viral, it affects the brand image of you and of chiropractic and of healthcare. And it can certainly hurt that top tier status. If you neglect details, you can become famous in a heartbeat for the wrong reasons, is the only thing. Neglect. The patient has to wonder, once this thing goes viral, what details about my care will you neglect? So this is really good stuff that we have to examine. What makes you top tier? And I got to ask you, do you really want to be top tier? Is it a goal? Here's another way to ask the question, I guess. Well, I don't know. Do you want to be the Dollar General of healthcare? I mean, really now, do you want to be Dollar General of healthcare? Sometimes you think that's the goal. I would tell you that that's not going to do. Trust, for one thing, is the truest luxury for the top tier healthcare provider. And that is on my list. Are you telling me what is best for me and what I want? Can I trust you to do that? To have me at heart instead of you? Trust is the truest luxury for the top tier healthcare provider. Are you there to serve what I want? And can I trust what you say? Can I trust it? Patients don't want insecurity in their health care. They want peace of mind with their health. They want earned trust. They want character. They want consistency. I know what they're going to be every time I go in. We don't want to cross our fingers. Peace, you guys, is paradise. Might be one to remember. Peace is paradise. And that is what gets us into the top tier. The top tier values personal care. Top tier service. Patients don't want to feel like they are one of the herd. They want to feel like they are well known, personal, and you pay attention to detail. For example, I'm just asking, do you like the efforts these days of these department stores and stuff and many others that want you to do your own checkout and scanning and stuff? They don't want to put somebody at a cash register. No, go over there and do it yourself. Figure it out. I mean, come on. Yeesh. I mean, do you like that? I did this just yesterday, as a matter of fact, with my 3 grandkids, and we went to a Target. And at this Target, we had a few items to get, and so there were lines at the cash register. So I said, okay, we'll do that check scanning thing. I hate it, but okay, let's go over there and do it. I guarantee you it took 3 times longer to do it, and all 4 of us trying to figure out, no, you scan this, no, you hit this, no, you pull this out, no, you start this first, no, you hit this button first. I'm still trying to give it a second chance and all, but this is the 100th time I've given it a second chance, and I say yuck. It's not top tier. I'm telling you, it doesn't put them in the top tier. They are a star, but not the top tier. And even these at like McDonald's and some of these fast food places, they're starting where you can't even go into the place and give them your order. No. They have these kiosks there now. They have these kiosks, and you go in, oh no, how do I raise it? Oh no, change this, oh no. Well, where do I tell them this? Can I talk to somebody? How many times on the phone have you said, representative? Representative. Boy, will you find care like this in a top tier like Saks Fifth Avenue? Or in a Michelin 5-star restaurant? Can you imagine going to a Michelin 5-star restaurant and having to go up to a kiosk and put in your order? Do you think? No matter how advanced technology may get, spirit matters more than the machines. Magic still matters, you guys. It's not the size of your practice that defines greatness. It's the spirit. You might remember me talking about this, being mighty in spirit. That's where the true top-tier practice begins. It begins with character, how patients are treated, transparency, nothing hidden or masked or pretended to be, no tricks, no inflated charges. No, you can trust them. It's about trust. And it's about communication. I trust your communication. Integrity, trust. Can I send my mother to you and know that she's not going to be manipulated or tricked or pushed into stuff? You guys, I recently read a testimony that really got my attention. I'm going to read it to you now, okay? So Dr. Jeremy, just reading this, Dr. Jeremy was wasting, that was the word they used, Dr. Jeremy was wasting all his time saying the same things over and over. But now he gets 4 new patients a week without having to say a single word to any of them. Wait. Is that a good thing? That's a good thing? He doesn't have to say a single word. No relationship, no communication, no interaction, no nothing. Doesn't even need to say a single word. He had about 20 new patients a month and never has to say a single word to his patients. What a guy. What a relief. Not having to waste his time talking to patients. Yuck. Gag. Let's just get a kiosk. What a tragedy that he's being saved from by having to talk to patients. Now, you think this should get the award for top tier? Let me ask you a question just to test your true sincerity of this. Can you imagine hearing me say, or even think for that matter, boy, I wish I could be saved from having to talk to you guys. Things like that. Oh, could we get out of it? Yuck. What a waste of my time. I could be playing on my phone and stuff. The last thing I want is to have to converse with you. And God forbid that I would have to repeat something. Oh, it just can't get any worse than that. Nope, you guys. I'm going to tell you straight up, this is not love. Not love of people, and not love of what you do. And so, you guys, it isn't top tier. No award here. So what puts us in the top tier? Well, it isn't a piece of equipment that makes your office tick. A little play on words of chiropractic. The also ran offices are for profit only. The middle tier practices, as we say in golf, drive for show. The top tier practices are driven by their purpose, making a difference in the health of their community, changing their lives. These are the ones who get it right. The Bible tells us, without love, you are nothing. In fact, it even goes on to say, even if you purchase the entire world, you own the whole world, but you don't have love, you're not worth squat. You're nothing. Any office can buy equipment, but you can't order top tier spirit on Amazon. Look it up. When a patient walks into a top tier practice now, it is much more than function of stuff. It feels like home there. They feel comfortable. You are known. The moment you step in, you feel it. it's different. It's the energy. It's not rehearsed, it's natural. It's not just going through the protocols. No, the team there performs. That's rare, you guys. Every interaction, every stage, every moment is not just following certain rules. Listen, team, you are part of the top tier story. You make it happen. You are part of the show, part of the magic. And the training of the top tier award rivals that of an airline pilot and a 5-star hotel. You don't cut those corners. Every greeting, even how they handle children's questions, they rehearse it, they practice it. It's training. It's all rehearsed in the top tier, but it feels real. And the reason it feels real is because it is. Every movement and expression and smile and answer has purpose. The purpose of being top tier, making a difference in their life and in their health. Get this, you guys. A top tier office patients are not paying for a machine or a therapy. They are paying for a feeling. The feeling that they are taken care of. I don't like this word. You might want to write this down. The feeling of a health boutique that you can't find anywhere else. There's lots of practices and stuff, but no, not like that. You are not moving patients from room to room. You are moving hearts. And when you do that, you just moved up a tier. In a world of overpromises and shortcuts, this top tier provider of love and service is welcomed luxury. You may have all knowledge, the Bible says, 1 Corinthians 13, and many shiny things. But your most important possession is you. If you have not love, nothing. So what does the top tier look like? It begins in the hearts and minds of the team in that office and reveals itself on the faces of your team. That's where the real magic lives. So look for it. Your team puts you in the top tier. And I'll go on to say, and your patients put you in the top tier when you treat them like family. You can feel it in the air. There's no reason why any other office should beat us in this category. You can maybe be beat in other things. Maybe other places have a bigger office, let's say. Doesn't matter. You can't be beat in love and service and spirit. You're mighty in spirit. Have pride, respect, and trust in chiropractic, in your doctor, in your team, like one living organism. It's not just about the size of your profit. It's about the vision to change the literal health of your community because you care and you love. It's your mission, one patient at a time. Not only that, you need to put you in the top tier because it actually starts with you. If we start growing a greater vision towards chiropractic and taking the lead in healthcare, what would it mean toward changing the health of our community? Think about that for a little bit. It would create much more urgency if you would think about that a little bit. It'd make you want to make it happen. And when you start thinking about this, you will put you in the top tier. By the way, doctor, you might want to watch one of those 10-minute Greater Vision videos, or maybe all of them. Again, it'd be worth the time. We need a greater vision. So as you look at the health of your community today, you guys, who needs to lead them in health and wellness? And as you look at the health of our country, should we be led by the medical model? I'm asking you now. Should we be led by the medical model? Let's follow it? Or should there be the chiropractic wellness model that we have at Integrity? If chiropractic is going to lead, we must lead the Integrity way, the adjustment, or we totally let the country down. Let me kind of explain. Let's look at the facts. In a study, and I'll read this so I get it right. In a study of 894 injured workers who were followed for 1 entire year, here's what they found. Physical therapy was shown to have the highest percentage of re-injured workers, followed by those receiving standard medical treatments. The second worst solution was that. And then there came the third, which was no treatment at all. No treatment at all was the third worst solution. No treatment at all. Oh, wow. Physical therapy and medical treatments loses even to nothing at all. Whoa. That hurts. So what leads in successful results when it comes to injured workers in the workplace? What is the true medical miracle? Here's what they found. The lowest incident of repeat injury was found among those workers who had received chiropractic maintenance care. You might want to write this one down, Bucky. The Journal of Occupational and Environmental Medicine is the one who did this study. That's pretty dependable, pretty trustable. In other words, this is the way we should be leading you guys. Chiropractic is the most successful treatment available and the best preventative treatment available for injured workers. It puts you in the top tier. What percentage of the public knows this, including chiropractors? Guess what? That's our fault. We are too busy promoting everything else. This is the way to the top tier. This is the way we should be taking. And tell me again, which one of us in America shouldn't be getting chiropractic wellness care? What number? Which one of us should be getting physical therapy first? Which one of us should be getting drugs first? Or even take the leader of them, nothing first? Let's just see if it goes away. Oh, you guys, we need to change. We need to start talking top tier about the adjustment. It starts with us and seeing chiropractic as the top tier and seeing us as so here's my question. If chiropractic care is the top tier in healthcare and should be in the lead, this is just, I probably shouldn't bring this, but why are chiropractors making light of their miracle cure of the adjustment? You know, here's another thing I see on these ads, like on social media. All kinds of derogatory humor about the adjustment. I mean, literally, I watch it's doctors jumping on the patient, hurting them, kaboom, and the table breaks underneath them and stuff like that. I mean, these are actual ads on social media, advertisements crashing on patients and magnifying the cracking sounds of the adjustment and making it sound scary as I'm looking at and looking like it hurts. As if chiropractic needs chiropractors to make light of the adjustment. As if we don't have enough MDs to do that for us. Let me ask you a question on the other side of this. Have you ever seen a heart surgeon making light of a heart transplant on social media? Maybe we don't see things right and don't see it right. Have you ever seen a therapy wave or a red light made fun of like the adjustment? Maybe we should start promoting the adjustment as the top tier. Since for one thing, nobody else can even do it. Oh man, we are top tier and we don't even know it. Instead, we make it a joke. Well, should we be doing this if we want it to be top tier? Let me move to another subject. It's too soon. Okay. Cleanliness is also a clear sign of the top tier practices. The landscaping must be well trimmed and kept. Dead plants replaced. It's been wintertime, now it's summer, summer's out, dead stuff needs to go. Lawns mowed and edged. when weeds are growing up in the grass and in the sidewalks, when the windows are dirty, and when there's letters in your sign on the window and they don't light up, all of them, or the door had the wrong times on them, or letters rubbed off, it's communicating not top tier, not top tier here, close to out of business here, but certainly not the top tier. Outside walls should be freshly painted rather than faded or chipped, and all roofs and buildings freshly power washed. Wintertime can make outside things dirty or dead. This is a good time to have an outside spring cleaning if you want to be in the top tier. Signs, make sure they're properly lit, that they can be read clearly from the street with all the key information. Doesn't matter if they can't read it from the street, then you don't really have a sign. Nothing screams don't care or old or close to retirement, not paying attention, like signs that are faded, or where the signs that are supposed to be lit up have letters burned out. And it says Chiropractic. Is this important? Try to picture a Four Seasons looking like that on the outside or inside. I'm asking you. Have professionals take care of these things in your office and on a regular time frame. Not waiting till it starts looking bad and then you clean it up. Just said an important statement there. In most cases, I can tell when nobody regularly does this, or it is homespun by maybe your teenager or something. You can be a fantastic adjuster and still be bottom tier. If this cleanliness standard is not properly maintained, because what you are speaks so loudly, the public can't hear what you are saying you are. Have someone who is on your team, who is outside monitoring and inspecting these things at least once a week, day and night, to make sure everybody is doing their job. Because you guys, things change quickly. Let's move to the inside. Be obsessed, you guys, with clean. Have the inside professionally cleaned as well, regularly, and have someone on the team inspecting the entire office for cleanliness once or twice a day. I mean, admit it, you guys, come on. One child can undo a clean office in a 15-minute visit. If you don't think so, look at your house. So it isn't enough to check out just before you open that morning and then figure that does it for the day or the week. Although you need to do at least that. But everybody on the team is responsible for the cleanliness of the inside. If you see trash on the floor, a book or a brochure or a magazine that's out of place, if you see a chair that isn't straight, if you see food crumbs on the floor or on the table or on a chair, something was spilled, a drink, an item that a patient may have accidentally left behind. If you see it, go give it to them real quick. Trash cans, another thing. Trash cans that are overflowing. Not top tier, not top tier. It is your job to make it right. Your job. Fix it. Make it right. Clean it. Do not walk by it. Patients will be impressed, and it will communicate to them that you will treat their health in the same detail and meticulous way when they see you do it, even for your office. It's communicating all the time. This is also, just while we're getting it all out in the air here, it's particularly true of bathrooms. A dirty bathroom destroys your clean image and your attention to detail. You know, like the overflowing trash cans of, and be constantly aware of smells and stuff. and provide ample toilet paper and soap and paper towels. If those things are not there, it tells the patient that you must not wash your hands and stuff. Shh, not top tier. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. What you are speaks so loudly, they can't hear you telling them that you are. Cleanliness does not happen naturally, you guys. It must be your full-time intention. So what is the solution? Get these things down. Inspect your office like you've never seen it before. You would be surprised how easy it is to just grow accustomed to certain things that aren't right, but you're just accustomed to seeing it that way. They've always been that way or looked that way for a long time. And then that makes it okay just by the fact that you're used to it. Crooked pictures on the wall. Old or worn out posters. Ask yourself, is that the way I would expect the Ritz-Carlton to look? The goal of the top tier is to feel like a 5-star hotel. Now don't try to blame mid-tier or bottom-tier lack of cleanliness or repair on cost. I know that's your next line. Cleanliness doesn't cost near as much as what it costs you to your business to justify being dirty. Another thing, you guys, make sure everything works. I understand, when it doesn't, or it breaks, or it wears out. That happens to all of us. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't have anything that gets dirty or wears out or breaks or something. I'm just saying fix it. It won't heal itself. And it won't get any better with time. Now, all 5-star hotels have things that break. So that can't be a characteristic of the 5-star or the top tier. That isn't a sign that they are not top tier. This isn't heaven, and we do not have eternal perfection here on earth. Things wear out. Fix it. The top tier fixes it daily. The rest just get to it, the mid-tier and the bottom tier, they just get to it when they can. So no matter how advanced the technology of your latest gadget or gizmo, it doesn't justify not having cleanliness. And I need to say a word too about, I got to keep moving, I need to say a word about team cleanliness. A dress code is essential, not for pajama day as a summer stream, but a dress code is essential, and the first strict rule is clean. Clean clothes, no stains or dirt. We don't want to see what you had for lunch on your clothes. Not wrinkled, you guys. Your clothes should fit also. Some of you think that this goes without saying. Trust me, it does not. Clean shoes, not worn shoes or dirty or muddy. Clean hair, combed hair, brushed teeth, good smelling breath, appropriate makeup. You're a healthcare provider, you guys, and you must look like top tier healthcare providers. Your appearance when you are in that office matters. Now look, I understand a swimsuit and cover-up looks perfect on the beach, at least on some. But you are not on the beach, even if you look great in a Speedo. That is not the issue. This is not a rock concert. It's not a costume party. And you are dressing for a certain part. So do it. You are dressing as a healthcare part of the top tier for all ages that is acceptable to everyone, not just to a certain decade group. The goal in your office is not personal expression. Get over it. You're a healthcare provider for the 80%, I'll give you an example. If you're supposed to play the role of Cinderella at Disney World, you have to look like Cinderella. I don't care how you dress at home, dress any way you want to, but when you're at Disney World and you're supposed to be Cinderella, dress like Cinderella. It's how you must look and dress and act. When you open the doors of your office, you play a role in this office, and you represent top-tier healthcare, and that represents a certain look. You will notice, you guys, at a 5-star hotel that even the person cleaning your room is perfectly dressed and clean and smiling and polite to all the guests. Isn't that incredible? And they greet them and stuff. Now look, that cleaner could easily say, hey, I'm cleaning toilets, for crying out loud. I'm changing sheets. You should be glad I'm just here, even if I'm not happy about it. No, that's not the standard of a 5-star hotel. They're clean, they're smiling, they're greeting. The reason is because they represent the Ritz-Carlton. So we make no apology, you guys, for having a dress code and requiring cleanliness in something that is comfortable with all ages. And it is legal to require a dress code, in case you're wondering. Cinderella isn't breaking law. So this is another trademark of the top tier. The top tier cares about first impressions. Dress codes, the cleanliness of clothes, shoes, stains, hair comb, body odors, bad breath. All these things are flags to patients. And your biggest mistake here can be inconsistency. Most of your team is that, but there's one that isn't. And ain't gonna get it. Not hit or miss. Another problem is positions filled before the staff person is ready. You don't get a second chance at first impression. Confusion kills stability. Healthcare never forgives mistakes. So, why is this important to the top tier? Because all business is show business. We should plan our business like a star plans a great show to get them on their feet. So when your office opens, it's time to be a star. Consistent, all of you. It's showtime. Okay, we have covered a lot here. I know we covered a whole lot there, and I'm stepped on everybody's toe at one time or another. And now it's time for your chiropractic leadership show to begin. You've got to light up that chiropractic wellness clinic and make it the star. Make chiropractic care the star. Because all business is show business. So you know what I want you to do? Choose to be a top tier provider, a top tier practice. And that's kind of all I had to say about that. Time to take a break, and you go point at the other people what they aren't doing right, all right? Would you do that? Go ahead and just point it out to them. I noticed here that he said it, and I think it, okay, just go ahead. Okay, let's take a break.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. It is time for a crash course in Facebook marketing. That's right. What I've done here is I've got a class for you that I technically taught over 2 hours in Las Vegas at our elite conference. Now, here's the good news. This is not going to take 2 hours. In fact, I'm going to crash course this thing into probably less than 40 minutes. That's the goal. So I want you to have the confidence to market on Facebook. Whether you are right now or you're not, I want you to have the confidence to be able to do it. And over the last, we're going on, man, a year and a half, close to 2 years, we've been using AI Clinic Assist. We've learned a lot of things on it. We've learned the right ways, the wrong ways. We've learned things that work, things that don't. And I want you to benefit from what we've learned. And I know that most of you don't know this. I know most of you say, I don't want to know this, Ron. I don't want to know the technical stuff. And that's the beauty of this. This isn't going to be a technical class, okay? I want you to understand it, because the most dangerous thing that you can have is to go into marketing with social media and not understand what you're getting, what you're paying for, what you're asking for, what you're hiring an agency for. If you don't understand the basics of it, none of this is going to make sense. So what I've done is I've compiled all the things that I taught, all the things I taught our elite doctors, plus there were some things that we went and did after that meeting in the last 6-8 months that really changed some things. We've really made some huge changes that I want all of you to benefit from. So that's what we're going to talk about here today. Now, the best way to say this is I want you to understand it before you place another ad. So even if you're placing an ad right now, even if you already have ads right out there right now, I don't want you to place any more until you've understood and you hear what I have to say today. This is for everyone. There isn't a business in America that wouldn't benefit from this. That's why this is so vital. But there's one last disclaimer. I got to make sure I got it so big it's in red. Man, it's in red. And remember, of everything I'm teaching you today, I have nothing to sell you. If you are currently with the AI Clinic Assist, everything I'm going to talk about and everything I'm going to show you, you have. It's included. It's built in. You don't have to pay any more for it. So this is not a sales talk. This isn't you got to buy something. No, this is included with your membership. So that's an incredible deal. And if you listen to this and you say, well, Ryan, I still think my agency's better. Great, man. Great. Keep using it. But man, it better really be better. It must be mistakenly, incredibly, unbelievably better for you to pay an extra $2,000 to $3,000 a month for someone else to do something that you can do for a lot cheaper than that. So that's where we're going to start. Okay? So getting started with Facebook marketing. I do want you to understand when I say Facebook is an interchangeable word. Facebook is owned by Meta. META. It's owned by Meta, and so is the company Instagram. So Instagram and Facebook are both owned by Meta. So anytime you hear someone talk about Facebook marketing, Meta marketing, or Instagram marketing, it's pretty much all one and the same thing. There are ways to single it out, but the majority of us, the 99%, if we're talking marketing on social media, we're talking about each of those things, and they're all one and the same. So for today's class, I'm just going to talk about Facebook. It's the easy one. It's just the easy one to reference in Word. Who likes saying Meta? I want to say Facebook. It's been around forever. So Facebook's it. But when I say Facebook, keep in mind that means both Facebook and Instagram. They're both one and the same. When you market to one, it goes on the other as well. Now, Facebook is built into multiple different ads. They have lots of different types of ads. But there's really only 4 that chiropractors use. There's 4 that matter. And even of these, there's some that matter more than others. There's a lead form ad, a traffic ad, a call ad, and a messenger ad. Now, what I want to do quickly here is I want to explain each one of these 4 ads, and I want to tell you both the pros and the cons of each so that you understand what they are. Because if you don't understand what they are and what you're paying for, it's easy to get manipulated into thinking, oh, this is a really great thing, and it may or may not be. So if we start off, let's look at the first one. So if we look at the pros and cons, we have lead form ads. Now, lead form ads are the best performing ads in the space, bar none. They are the best performing. Now, what most agencies use, if you hear someone, they'll say you can get so many leads a month, they're talking about lead form ads. Now, a lead form means that when you are looking at an ad on Facebook, on your phone or your computer, and you click on an ad, an instant form pops up within Facebook for you to fill out. That's a lead form. Now, lead form ads are Facebook's preferred format. It's their preferred format because it keeps you on their platform. It keeps you inside of Facebook when you place the ad. So this is one they want you to use, they love you using, and it's the main one. So if you contact an agency or hire a company, 9 times out of 10, they're going to have you do a lead form ad. Now, there's a negative to lead form ads. 50 to 60% of all the leads you're ever going to get from your ads will be fake. Okay? In reality, it can even go higher than that. Sometimes it can go up to 80%. So this is getting things. This means that there are bots out there, just fake bots that Facebook allows that can fill out your form automatically. It looks like a real person. It's gonna get you all excited. It's gonna give you what I call the highs and lows of social media marketing. You're gonna get the high of, oh wow, look at these leads, they're coming in. Wow, this is working. We're gonna get more new patients. We're gonna grow. This is gonna be awesome. And then they don't respond. You can't get a hold of them, and nothing ever comes of it. So you get this high of, wow, this is working. I'm so glad I'm paying for this. And then you get the, oh man, this isn't doing anything. This isn't working. None of these are good leads. And the reality is it's not that they're bad leads. It's that they're not even real leads. They're fake because that's what it has. Now, on top of the fake leads, you're going to get what I call a low capacity elder. That's going to be about another 30% of the people. So 50 to 60% are fake. Another 30% is going to be a low capacity elder. It's a nice way of saying old people who don't understand how Facebook works. So you've got these people that think you're harassing them. They accidentally clicked on your ad. They didn't mean to click on your ad. And now they think they're being harassed by that form that's popped up. So on top of that, then, that only leaves us 10 to 20% of leads that are even potential to be real. So out of the 40 leads an agency can get you, only about 5 to 10 have the potential to actually materialize. And that's not even a guarantee that they will. That's just the reality in the space that's really all that's left, because too much of this isn't even real and any fake. Now, it can go up depending on what you spend and what your ad spend is, because the more you spend on your ads, the more leads you get. But bear in mind, the numbers pretty much stay the same across the board. So this is what you're looking at right now if you get into an agency or any kind of ad anywhere. If you place an ad with the AI Clinic Assist, this stuff still applies. You're still going to get Facebook. You're still going to get fake leads. There's no way around it. The next one is a traffic ad. Traffic ads are also great. These are mainly used. Most agencies will push these for webinars or what we call a VSL, which is a video sales letter. And these are basically, you leave Facebook to go onto a website. It's usually on a funnel. And a funnel is just a one action site, and it asks you to fill out a form on that site. Traffic ads are Facebook's least preferred format. Why? Naturally, because you are leaving Facebook to go perform this action. So they don't necessarily like it because you can leave it and you can get distracted and never come back. So they want you to stay in platform. But it is something done. It is something had. But there are some major issues with traffic ads. Traffic ads, your biggest risk is that it requires more work. When you do a Facebook lead form, the forms that pull up automatically populate with your personal information. So because you're on Facebook and Facebook knows it's you, they automatically add in your name, your phone number, and your email to the form. But if you go off-site to some other website, that person's going to have to actually fill out the form. And most mobile users react in one of two ways. Either they really need to do it and they're going to fill out the form, or the majority are going to realize they're being taken off platform. If the page loads too slowly or it feels like, oh, this isn't what I wanted, people instantly look for a way to cancel out the window. They look for a way to hit the back button to get out of this. And lead forms really work in a lot of ways. Traffic ads work in a lot of ways where you'll see people get lots of people taken to the form, but nobody actually fills out the form. So this does weed out the bots for the most part, most of the bots, but it also means you don't get as much return because a lot of people don't fill out the form. So you got to kind of weigh your options. This is most commonly used, obviously, in the e-commerce space. If you're selling a product, you want the ad to go to your product so they can instantly buy the product. It doesn't necessarily work that way for services. It's a much harder sell for services. That's also a negative as well. Then we have call ads. Call ads are where you click on a button on the ad to place a call. So your ad has a button, it says call now, and it calls. Call ads are good. They can be a good thing. They're definitely more prone to your 50 plus crowd. Younger audiences like to text. Older audiences like to call. So if you're wanting to raise your new patient rate for the older audience, this is a way to do that. They're also less prone to bot activity because bots can't call. So that can be a good thing. But it also can get a lot of instant hangups is kind of the way a bot would handle it. A bot can activate it, but they can't really do anything and they can't harass you. It'll just feel like a call just instantly came and instantly hung up. Now, there are some negatives to this. While this one sounds pretty good, you get lots of accidental calls. There's lots of people that don't intend to call you. There's the same 50 plus crowd that will hit it. They won't realize they called. They can't figure out how to hang up in time. And you get people frustrated. I didn't even mean to call. I don't know what this is. Stop doing this. And they get frustrated. And on top of that, most of the calls you're going to get are going to come after hours. Most people who are truly looking are not looking during the day. They're at work. So it doesn't really work that way. You have to have a bot, an AI voice bot set up. We have them set up. We have a tutorial for this in AI Clinic Assist where we can help you with this. And it does work, but bear in mind, the bots can place calls, but they will hang up instantly. But this is something that can work, but it's not like it's drastically different success, but it is something you haven't, but you do get a lot of accidental calls in there. Next are messenger ads. This is the one that we're rounding out. The messenger ads is where instead of going to a phone, instead of going to an ad or a form or a website, you go into Facebook's texting platform called Messenger. Now, Facebook also likes you to use this one. Why? Because it's their platform. Anything that keeps you in their platform, they're a big fan of, naturally. So this keeps you in their platform, so that can be, that's a plus in there. This is also one that you can obviously assign a chat bot to run the Facebook ads, because most of the chats will come outside of your working hours. And if they respond, that can work. Now, I do want to point out this one, the negatives of this one. Messenger ads are the most prone to bots. Bots, because they work inside of Facebook, they will text inside there. And you will get a lot of messages like, is anyone available to chat? That's a bot. That's not a real person. That's just the little programmed sayings. They'll send you weird stuff. They'll send you a full paragraphs of things, lots of random things. But then the messenger ads are also very prone to our low capacity elders. They just get confused. They didn't know they clicked on the ad. They instantly are taken inside a message, and you're going to get a bunch of messages from old people that say, stop, leave me alone, why are you contacting me? Or my personal favorite, get off my screen. Some will even throw in a few choice words in there, but it's what it is. So messenger ads require a bot with direct booking if you're going to do it, but this one I don't typically recommend because it's more hassle and more problems than it's worth. And the reality is you annoy enough older people, you feel like you're not being nice. It just doesn't feel very friendly. So I don't recommend this one. But lead forms is where it's at. That's where it goes. And so now that we've understood that, so we've covered now all of the ad types. Now I want to discuss your agencies. So when it comes to chiropractic agencies, they all work pretty much the same. So that's why it's better for you to understand what we're looking at and what you're doing. So if you decide, hey, I want to go hire an agency to run ads, I want you to know what you're getting yourself into. Because the majority of us in here are already either working with an agency, have worked in the past with an agency, or you might even be getting that itch. Maybe we should go do it again and try it again. But the reality is that despite what's promised, the marketing landscape has changed so drastically over the last 5 years on Facebook that before, nobody marketed on Facebook. Facebook was a major new patient machine for a long time because there was barely anybody doing it. Now, everybody's doing it. Now, it's the first thing every doctor leans into is I'll just start marketing on Facebook. Everyone is looking for the easiest form of marketing possible. And Facebook isn't just the easiest, it's also the cheapest. So it's the one that everybody's doing and everybody's going for. It doesn't mean it doesn't work, but it does mean that the landscape has changed. So the idea of getting 40 new patients a month isn't a thing on there. It never really was, but there were offices getting 20 and 30, really depending on what the ad spend was, but that isn't happening anymore. And the reality is it's a supply and demand issue. If you look at this graph, this pretty much explains what's happened over the last 5 years. In 2020, there were less than 5,000 chiropractic ads running per day. Per day. Only 5,000 nationwide running per day. Now, there are over 30,000 chiropractic ads running every single day on Facebook. That's a lot. 6 times over 5 years. I mean, that's an extreme growth, which means if we've got all of these doctors advertising on Facebook, as you can see from the orange side of the graph, there's less patient demand for it because there's so many more ads being run. There's so many more people asking for appointments that what's really happening is there's less people to advertise to, attract, go after. It's not really there. So more choices equals lower demand. So now that everybody's doing it, everybody wants to be the big performer, but nobody's actually going to be it because everybody's just picking and choosing from the little ads that they're getting. So this is something to be aware of. It's definitely changed. It's drastic. It's big. But it's something you want to know. So I wouldn't want to pay an agency thousands of dollars a month for something that I'm still not going to get this huge growth despite what's promised. So you also need to understand, and this is the biggest one, most chiropractic agencies are all carbon copies of the exact same thing. They're the same ads, the same strategies, and the same big claims. The reality is that everybody uses the same materials because we all use the same, then we all have access to the same ones. Even AI Clinic Assist is built on a program. I've always been very open about it. We're built on a program called High Level. High Level is what or let's say most marketing companies use to run their ads. So you have access in AI Clinic Assist to the same thing. So you hire these other ones out there. I'm not going to name them, but if you went by the list in chiropractic, they're all using the same stuff. They're all using the same ads. Now, how do I really know this? I know this because we all use the same data. We have access to every Facebook ad running in America. Every single one, every single chiropractic ad, I can see them. I can look them up. I can compare them. And there are companies out there that literally analyze all of the ads and conglomerate and put together what works, what doesn't, what's the best performing, what's not the best performing. And then they allow companies like agencies to license which one of those are performing well. So everyone's licensing these ads so that they're getting the best performing ads nationwide. And that way, when they go in, and even if they're a new agency, they can promise that these ads work because they are proving to work nationwide. Now, here at AI Clinic Assist, we've done it differently. We've had AI run them, and that's worked to a point. But I subscribe to these things too. So I monitor them now. I see them now. And so what you're really seeing here is that everybody's pretty much hawking the same thing. They're all selling the same ads, the same program, but they're all doing it under a different name and they're making it look pretty in their own unique ways. But it's the same target audiences, it's the same lead forms, and the same call to action. Different agency names, same ads. Now, I just show you what I mean. This is Facebook Ads Library. This is what they provide us. This is just all the ads. And you can see they all look pretty much the same. All written very similarly. All have the same sort of images with them. Some logos, some designs, some body parts, some stock people running, all kinds of different things. But this is what's there. We can see every ad. We can know what they're doing and how they're working. Okay? So ad agencies, carbon copies of themselves, all pretty much do the same thing. All are pretty much using the same ads. None of it's any different. Okay? Now, let's understand your audience. Okay? We're just cruising right along here. We now have to understand the audience. So your audience is the one that most people miss out. This is where everybody skips and everybody tries to avoid learning because this is the one that we want to just say, well, this agency knows how to get people. You have to realize here that the same rules that we have said for all these years in marketing still applies. The main one, people don't know what chiropractic is. The 80% don't know it. They don't know how to say it. They don't know how to spell it. They don't know how it works. They still say chiropractor. They're just making up ways to say our name. So if we don't understand this going in, it just feels like, there's not enough people or we can't get the right audience. But this is the audience. They don't know who we are. So if we don't understand how people are seeing chiropractic, so if I don't know what something is, I'm less likely to purchase it. So if 80% don't know what chiropractic is, just putting out an ad of your special isn't going to do it. It's just not going to do it. It's not going to attract them naturally because you're there. Now, if we split audiences into three things, that's basically where we're at. I would split them into three categories. Those who have no idea who you are, those who are just learning about what you do, and those that know you, but they're still looking. That's the audience. They don't know you, they're kind of figuring it out, or they got you, they know what you do, but they don't really think they need you yet. Okay? Now, because nobody knows what chiropractic is, because they don't understand it, we in the chiropractic profession have further complicated things with the constant adding of therapy ads. Now, this is a problem faced nationwide. Therapy ads, like ads for direct services like laser, decompression, shockwave therapy, all services are great services. I'm not knocking the services. I have used each one of them. They have great results. I've gotten help from them. I own a decompression table in the next room, so I'm a big fan there. However, the Facebook ad game for them isn't working. It isn't working. And the reason it's not working is that patients don't know what that is either. So what ends up happening is when you offer an ad just for a therapy, you're offering an ad that they don't know about, all for one service. And when you do it for one service, then they think that's all you are. And that's confusing because you're not just that one thing. You are many things. You offer many solutions. So what if it were me, and the way we recommend it, and the way we're going to do it here at Integrity Doctors, we are going to do it where we're advertising you as a chiropractic office, and that's it. None of these separated off things, because the separated off things don't work. They don't attract, they don't close, it doesn't work. Since they don't know who you are anyway, I'd rather stick with what they don't know as you as a whole and all of your services. And then when they come in your office, that's when you sell them on the other therapies and things, but not through Facebook. It's just too confusing. It doesn't work. They don't know what that stuff is either, and they will easily write you off if they just think that's all you are. So that's a tricky one. I wouldn't go there. I would stick with chiropractic. They don't know you either. So let's just get them to know you first. So that's where all of this leads, okay? I'm leading this into what our true goal of Facebook marketing is, okay? So because I realize everything I've said, it's easy to look at everything I've said and think, man, this Facebook sounds like it doesn't work. Sounds like there's not much reason for it. And there's a reality to that, but I still market on it every day, multiple ads all the time, because the true goal of Facebook is not to get new patients. Let me say that again. Social media marketing, Facebook marketing, Instagram marketing is not about getting new patients, okay? What it really is it's the cheapest method for getting your name and face in front of your community. That's what this is. It's about name recognition, not about leads. The reason most agencies fail is not because the ads fail. It's that they are helping you by getting your name and likeness out there. But if you place the judgment on how many leads that you're getting, that's where you're going to lose, because this isn't about leads anymore. Facebook, social media marketing is all about getting your name and self recognized so that when people do feel like they need you or something goes wrong, they recognize to go to you. One of the rules that we've always had in marketing was called the rule of 7. And the rule of 7 was that there needed to be 7 touch points, which is an interaction. So anytime you saw an ad on a TV show, in a magazine, on a website, wherever you saw it, you would need to see a business or company 7 times before you start recognizing that they're a thing, that, oh, maybe you want that, or maybe you want to look into that. It's not that you'll pull the trigger after those 7 touch points. It's that the rule of 7 is nobody will do anything unless they've interacted with your business or logo within 7 times. Now, the problem with this is this rule no longer applies. In 2025, the average number of marketing touch points or interactions before a sale of a service is currently at 28.87. Yikes. That means that someone needs to see or interact with your ad a minimum of 30 times before they will even consider doing anything. This is so vital for you to know, because if it takes 30 interactions before a commitment, you can't expect to run a single ad for $1,000 and expect 40 new patients a month. That's impossible. That's not how the numbers work out. Each person having to see it 30 times. If your ad is shown 1,000 times, it's shown to 1,000 different people once. It's going to need to be seen now by those 1,000 people 30 more times. That's 30,000 views. So a lot of us are quitting before we get to even 2,000 views if we don't think the ad's working. So that's why this is so vital for you to understand what we're really doing here. We're using it as name recognition, not lead generation. The leads will come, but expecting them to come from this instantly from these forums is not the route to take. This is why you get all these bloated promises. I'll get you 40 leads guaranteed. We will produce 30 appointment bookings guaranteed. Yeah, they guarantee that they book an appointment. They guarantee that they are a lead, but they don't guarantee that they actually show up and they're a good patient. And by the way, one other thing I meant to mention earlier that I do want to point out that is really important. I don't know if I have it in here or not, or if I just missed over it. But when I talk about the different therapy ads and stuff, I do want to point out that most of the agencies will ask you to give away at least 1 or 2 visits of that therapy. And the majority of the people that you're going to get that actually come in are just bargain hunter people. They're looking for that bargain. They're looking to just come in for the 2 visits they get for $50, and then they'll ghost you. They won't be back. They'll find another coupon, another ad, and they'll move on to that. So that's why I wouldn't look at this as a lead generation thing. I look at it as a name recognition thing. I'm putting myself out there in front of people so that when they're ready to pull the trigger, they know to choose me. Okay? So where do we go from here? So I realize what's my answer to all this? Well, the answer is we're going to help you increase your results easily. Okay? We're going to help make this all a better process. Because the reality is, when this is the case, when it is about name recognition, not necessarily lead generation, what that really means is I don't want to spend thousands of dollars on an agency when I could just pay for the ads myself through Facebook and save a whole bunch of money. That's the reality of this. So I do want to point out right now, before I go any further, this is not complicated. What I'm about to show you is not complicated, and it does not require work for the doctor. Okay? This is something where you can assign a team member. Team member, I promise you, this is super simple, super easy. A child can do it. You can handle this. It's real simple. But if this is not good enough, you think, no, Ryan, I still don't think this. If you want to go pay somebody $2,000 a month to do agency, God help you. That's on you. So here's how I'm going to make this easier for you. Okay, we've introduced a new feature inside AI Clinic Assist called Ads Launcher. Okay, Ads Launcher is the same site that we used to have AI ads. We're discontinuing AI ads, and AI ads will go away August 1st. If you have an ad in there and you're running an ad and you like that ad, you can keep it running even past that date. You can just access it through Facebook Ads Manager, even after our thing's turned off. But if you have ads in there that are not working, you can go turn them off. And then you can go into our new ads launcher and start doing our new ads. But this is replacing our AI ads platform. It is 100 times easier to use, and it's performing a ton better. Now, here's how it's performing better. We are doing what I mentioned earlier. The same companies that license out their ads that everybody uses, I have bit the bullet and I'm doing it too. So instead of you having to pay the agency for those ads, we here are licensing those as well. So all the ads we're providing you inside of Ads Launcher are chiropractic ads that are proven to work, that are performing well throughout the nation. So that way you're not getting just instantly created AI ads that we have no idea if they're going to work or not. These are all high-performing ad campaigns. Each campaign has 4 ads in between it. The only thing you have to do is pick your budget, pick your time length, upload your own photo or video to it, and you're done. Everything else is set. We even provide you the done lead forms, everything all set up and all ready for you. Makes it super, super easy, and it's already integrated. You'll have to match up the map files, but it's real simple. You'll see the video for walking through it takes less than 3 minutes. Super, super easy. Now, you do have to connect Facebook and Google to it. Those are the only two platforms we're doing currently. We've moved to just doing Facebook and Google. It's the only platforms anybody was using anyway, but that's what we've got for you there. Now, this also includes all of the ad copy and the headlines, all done for you, all the best performing ones in the country, all provided to you instantly in here. We've also added high quality stock images for those of you that want it. Every ad already has a stock image saved. I would prefer you will get better performance if you swap it out with your own images and things, but we've got that provided for you as a starter. Done for you lead forms. I'm even going to give you Canva templates for doing the images and video scripts to make videos if you want to make videos. And all are chiropractic only ads. This is all available to you right now. The training is available to you inside the systems training area under the social media marketing area. All of it ready for you now. Easy, super simple. Anybody can do this. This is not going to be something you're going to spend hours learning. It's simple. The ads are pre-done for you. Just give us the photos and that's it. You can see what it looks like here. It's over on the left-hand side of your menu here. It says Ads Launcher. And then when you get into the Ads Launcher, once you've got your Facebook and Google connected to it, you will have to reconnect it when you come in here initially. You'll see there's Facebook ads and there's Google ads, all pre-done, all pre-written for you. Super simple. Now, I'm not going to cover Google today. I've not got much more time left for you. I've got a little bit left to go. I've got about 10 more minutes to wrap this thing up. But before, instead of just leaving you there, I want to tell you what you should be advertising. Okay? Because it's not just a amount of let's say, providing you the pre-done ads. I'm going to give you the pre-done ads, but you should be advertising the images. The images are what really matter, the visual. Everybody's clicking and swiping on the visual. So I want to show you what needs to be done. There are 3 different types of ad campaigns that should be run. There are special offer ad campaigns. These are offers where you offer your first day fee, and the minimum should be $40. If you go to an ad agency, they're going to tell you to do this for $20 or $21 or $19, something in that range, the $19 to $21. They're going to do the bargain basement deals. Most of them are going to tell you to throw an adjustment into that $20 as well. But cheap offers produce cheap patients. So we don't want to do that. Okay? Don't want to do that. Next, the second one is an educational ad campaign. Now, this is not what you think, okay? This is not educating them about chiropractic or bones or spine or body parts or anything like that. You are not educating on the body. You are educating that you are the solution to their problems. That's the education. We're educating that you are the solution to their current issues, not singling out body parts or conditions and migraines and neck pain and text neck and all the different things. That stuff's worthless, doesn't work. We're going to focus on you being the solution. And the last one is a testimonial ad campaign. Pictures or videos of happy patients saying you changed their life. Not treatments, not people getting treated, showing them on the table with a thumbs up saying you saved my life. That's what we're doing here. Okay? That's what works. That's what we're going to focus on. Now, in terms of special offer, again, $40 minimum, photo only. Doesn't need to be a video here. Photos work just great. It doesn't have to include all the details and special. In fact, I would just put new patient special on it. Don't include all the details on it. You can do mixed ads with different ones, but it doesn't have to have all the details. In systems training, you're going to find a Canva template for 10 different special offers, plus a full tutorial on a video tutorial I've created on Canva where I will teach you how to use Canva and teach you how, if you use the Pro platform, you can find tons of templates on there that you can use right now and make this super easy for you. So it's really, really simple. If you're going to use pictures of yourself, which I want you using, there's one rule for the photos. We got to see everybody's face in the photo, the person treating and the person being treated, and both people have to be smiling. If they're not smiling, I wonder if it hurts. Okay? That's the biggest key. And the other one I will say here, as I have it bold on here, If the treatment looks scary to the untrained eye, don't show it. Okay? Don't show it. I've even got in here the least performing ads we have. These are the least worst performing ad creatives that are running right now. The body parts with the thing on it, with the device on it, those don't work. Nobody's interested in that. The full body strap downs, I'm telling you, I realize that's helpful. I realize there's benefits to what this girl is getting on the screen, but I also want to tell you this, that looks scary to the untrained eye. That looks medieval. Don't show it. Okay? Not the place. Not the place. Honestly, even if she was smiling, still wouldn't do it. Still looks like, oh, what's all going on here? What are they going to do? Are they going to stretch her out? What's going to happen? They don't need to think that far, okay? Keep it simple. And lastly, the obvious one, stock photos. Stock photos don't work. Stop using them. We provide them for you, but they have the lowest performing rate because there's so many out there being used. They want to see you and your office, not some stock family. Now, the educational campaign, like I mentioned before, these are videos. These can't be images. These are videos. I realize you don't want to make videos. You don't like making videos, but this is why I said the staff will do it. Let your staff do it. They can do it. They can do great. So no doctors allowed. These are videos by your staff wearing their scrubs and talking directly to the patient. That's what this is. I don't want doctors in these videos. You will talk too much. You will say too much. You will say stuff. This video has to be less than 30 seconds. So to be less than 30 seconds means we have to control exactly what you say. Now, I provided for you in systems training, all these scripts. I got like 10 scripts on there for you to use. So all different ones you can try out, you can use. They're super simple. They're super easy. They are drop-ins. This is what I call them. It's a drop-in. It looks like we are catching the staff member in the act of working and telling the person on the other end of the screen a did you know. That's what this is. We are not advertising a service. We're not talking about a new patient special. We are literally dropping in on them while they're busy and they're saying something helpful about how you are the solution. That's what this works. It's one other term we've used before is an interrupter video. We're interrupting the team member to find out why you are so awesome. That's what we're doing. So to give you an example of one of the scripts, I'm going to read it off to you. Hey, did you know Family Chiropractic specializes in neck and back pain? I'm actually in the middle of helping someone right now. And honestly, this is what our day looks like non-stop. People are coming in every day with pain, neck issues, back problems, headaches, because they've tried everything else and they keep hearing this is the place that actually helps. At our office, we don't do quick fixes. We find the real cause, we treat it the right way, and that's why so many people trust us with their care. So if you're still hurting and you're ready for answers, there's a reason everyone's coming here. Give us a call or stop by. We'd love to help you get your relief too. That's it. You see, we talked about conditions, we talked about issues, but we didn't go deep diving. We just said, hey, we're busy right now. We're busy treating, helping all these people, and we're going to help them this way. So we give you the scripts. We give you a way to do it. We even teach you how to do it. We give you recommended apps for using a teleprompter app on your iPhone. So you literally just look at the screen and read it just like I did there. And you're looking right at the camera when you're doing it. So it makes it super simple and super easy. We also tell you apps you can use to edit the video so you can add captions to it because captions are a necessity in this day and age. So this is a big deal. And the last one is the testimonial ad campaign. The testimonial ad campaign is simply this. We want ads of photos of either 5-star reviews or video testimonials. That's it. We want people, it can be 5-star reviews, it can be people, like I say, with a thumbs up saying, hey, this saved my life. That sort of deal. But they have to show real, happy patients from your office. This is not a time to show, hey, this worked on somebody 6 states away. That doesn't have the effectiveness. It has to be people that are here. People with pictures of them in your office. So it's like, wow, this really does work. Now, there's a tutorial in our systems training called the testimonial video section. That's a section in AI Clinic Assist where you can email out a link where people can record their own testimonials about your clinic and just email them back to you. And it's super simple and super easy for them and for you. Those are great for this. So that's something you can create. You can look for that tutorial in the AI Help Center. That's a great thing. So, but this is it, testimonials, interrupter videos, because this is really what it's about. When it comes to testimonials, it's great to show treatment, but it's also great to show the results. So it's not just about showing how we adjust, it's about showing what happens after the adjustment. Just like with a slot machine. We could show pictures of what it's like to make a slot machine and how to perform maintenance on a slot machine. But the reality is I want to see some people hit the jackpot. I want to see some people who are, woohoo, we did it, man. This changed my life. How awesome is this? That's what we're doing. That's why we're here. Because the reality is you have the jackpot, man. You have the lotto prize. Chiropractic is $1 billion win. It's saving lives, it's changing lives, and it's the right thing. It's the right thing for everybody. It's the right thing for you. And this is all available to you right now. If you're in AI Clinic Assist, go use this. Go take advantage of it. Ads Launcher. Inside, take it. We're going to go right now. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to be back.
Hello and welcome, Integrity Doctors. My name is Carolyn Wright, and today we're going to talk through a core foundational system and procedure that every one of our offices must have in place. We're going to dive in and talk through the system of recall and reactivation. Now, before we dive in, I want to make sure that we all have a clear understanding of what this means. This is simply the understanding that someone had an appointment but does not have a future appointment on the schedule. These calls are crucial to helping us reach the 80%. Now, the difference or the understanding of a recall versus a reactivation, because I get that question on occasion, is just simply the time frame of which somebody was last seen. All right. However, in any case, it means someone had an appointment but does not have a future appointment. And that is what we're focusing on today. Now, why do these calls, why do these connections matter? Well, you see, our patients, when they fall off care, they fall off care in waves. It doesn't happen all at once. Life circumstances change, and therefore the timing of us connecting with them matters. Repeated, respectful contact, it increases trust and the return rate in which our patients come back. The key thing I want you to remember when it comes to these calls is consistency is greater than intensity. Now, there is nothing wrong with doing a big recall or reactivation push and running these huge lists, but I want you to remember that consistency in our connection is going to yield a greater result than the big intense pushes that we sometimes do throughout the year. And I'm going to give you today the exact system that you can follow that creates that consistency. But before I do that, we're going to go through a few reminders. And I first want to make sure you know that we are not bugging our patients. I hear that far too often. I don't want to bug them. I don't want to disturb them. It's, you know what? If we've lost them, they're already lost. We have to remember it is not our goal. It is not our goal to keep them out of the office. We want to be leading them back to care. We have to remember the mindset of when I do these connections, we are serving our patients. We are checking in on our patients. We are providing options to make this work for them. And we are making it easy for them to return no matter the time frame of when they were last seen. Okay? Now, why follow-up works? Again, I mentioned this on the last slide, but patients often don't leave care because they don't value it. They leave because of those circumstances. Again, life got busy, work schedules changed, kids' activities took over, finances become a concern. Maybe they simply forgot to call back and we didn't have them AMS'd out, right? Or maybe missing one visit turned into missing several. Most patients don't need convincing. They need our leadership and a direct, simple path back into the office. And that is what we're going to create through this system. But before I give you the system, we've got to review a few background things. What is the cost of not doing this, right? If we don't have a system in place, if we're not maintaining that contact, how does it hurt our patients? Well, it delays their progress, right? They came to us for a result and it delays that progress. It could create a return of symptoms, and maybe unintentionally we are now devaluing the impact of chiropractic because they're thinking that it didn't work, right? Maybe there's longer recovery times because, again, if they're falling out of care, they're not sticking to that plan, it can extend the length of that recovery. It also can create an option or an opportunity for them to feel disconnected from their care plan. Right? They can lose interest. They lose the value of what that was. Now, for our office, it creates empty appointment slots, right? Our missed, our cancels. It can create havoc on that schedule. It reduces retention. It lowers our patient outcome. It creates lost opportunities to serve patients who need help, who maybe would have made referrals. Okay? And obviously, it hinders the growth of our office. Every unscheduled patient represents someone who had once said yes to care. And I want you to remember that because that's really important perspective to keep in mind. Now, The practice example that I want to give to you is just a numbers example. And I'm going very conservative on this, right? Some of our offices probably experience much greater numbers than these, but I want to give you a visual of what this looks like. So we're going to go on a very small, simple scale of just 10 people per month falling out of care. And again, depending on your office and the volume you have, this might align with that. You might see you have a lot more than that. And I'm going to show you how you check that here as we progress. But if we have just 10 people per month falling out of care, that equals about 120 people per year. Okay. Now, statistically, we know that several of these might fall off within their first 4 to 6 visits. So that means if we have an average treatment plan of 18, and some of our offices might have bigger or smaller treatment plans, but we're just going to go in the middle at 18, we still have at least another 12 visits, maybe even 16. And then on average, once they'd complete that, they'd move into wellness, so that completes about 1 time per month on average, okay? And again, a lot of these patients that we lose, they might have had many more visits in their treatment plan, or they might have moved to 2 times a month wellness, okay? But we're gonna do simple math here. So 12 missed visits over maybe the course of 6 weeks, I'm gonna round and say 2 months for easy math here, okay? Plus then doing about 1 time a month for the remainder 10 months of a year, right? So we're going on a 12-month calendar, equals about 22 visits over the course of a year, okay? Now, if we times that by the 120 individuals that we're saying dropped, that equals about 2,640 visits per year that are now missing. Now, if you were to divide that by 12, right, over the course of 1 full year, what would that look like? That is about 220 visits per month that are missing from your schedule. And again, that's on the conservative side, right? And that's on 10 people a month. If your office has 15, 20, 40, 50, 80, 100 people leaving a month, depending on your size, you can see how this really starts to stack up. Okay, so it's important to note that small daily efforts create big annual results for not only you, but for our patient. And that is who we want to make sure we're taking care of. So let's look at a simple story, a simple analogy. Sarah missed 1 appointment because her kiddo got sick. Then she missed the next week because work got busy, or school was getting out, or we forgot we had summer school. And now 3 months later, she has still intended to come back, but maybe she felt embarrassed because it had been so long, or maybe I'm not welcome. 1 phone call from our office made it easy for her to return. The key lesson here is patients often don't come back because nobody reached out, not because they didn't want care. Which is why all too frequently, as I work with offices and we hone in on this, I have so many offices that are actively going after maybe 2 and 3 years of patients who have lost, right? They're looking back in 2024 or 2023, and they're calling some of those individuals who are on the schedule but don't have appointments, and they are elated and thrilled to be able to come back into our office. And our simple phone call made that possible, okay? So, how are we going to start this? Before I give you my system, the integrity system, to really hone in on recall and reactivations, I need to emphasize 1 crucial point. We want to, at all costs, stop them from getting to that point. I want to stop them from falling off the schedule. I really want to work hard on keeping them on the schedule. Because as we talk about recall and reactivations, it means we've lost them. So before I give you the system, I want to emphasize the importance that you have a very strong missed appointment procedure. Because the sooner we work the missed appointment procedure, it creates stronger results up front, and then it limits the people falling through that pipeline that are needing the recall and reactivation process. Okay? So doing our missed appointments is urgent. It is crucial. It is more important, right? Because it's really the starting point of this process. We can save them up front. We prevent them from falling off. This shows we care. So make sure you have a strong missed appointment procedure. So just quickly reviewing that is I want to make sure you understand your role and expectation when it comes to missed appointments. Same day missed appointments need to continue to be handled by the front desk with urgency and leadership in working to reschedule patients and keep them on track. Okay? Now, there might be situations where doctor involvement is expected and very appropriate for patients who have missed multiple appointments. They're maybe inactive or they're clearly drifting out of care. Sometimes front desk team, you can see that before they do because we have a lot of those conversations. So a brief doctor-led call can be highly effective and appropriate as things progress. But I need you to remember, we are not just picking up the phone and just making calls. We are protecting patient outcomes. It is why we care. It is why we start with a strong missed appointment procedure. Okay? So, how to start? I want to give another couple reminders. Knowing how we talk matters. Knowing the tone of my voice, knowing what I'm saying, how I'm saying it, that all really matters. Number 2, we have to understand the process. We have to know the process. We have to know what a missed appointment process looks like in our office. We have to know what we're doing and how we're doing, number 3, whatever it takes to keep them on the schedule. And if they happen to fall off, get them back in on the schedule. So the missed appointment procedure that is standard process that we have here at Integrity is calling on days 1, 2, 3, and then the following week, which is about day 10. And that allows us to really work on getting connected with them. Maybe they got really sick, had a surgery, something happened. That continues to show that we care. Okay. This also I put on here is a quick note for us to check. Are we advanced multiple scheduling? Because if we are, then a lot of times we know that they've got an upcoming appointment. It allows us, even in those missed appointment calls or those follow-up calls, to be confirming that next scheduled visit. We're not having to chase them too much to try to get something on the schedule. It's allowing, if that does happen or something hinders it along the way, we know we've got that safety net in place for our patient already. So advanced multiple scheduling, also very important in this process. All right. Now, I want to give a quick tip here in case you're not utilizing this or you didn't realize this was available to you. But inside our AI Clinic Assist platform, we have some resources and tools for you that help support this process. So yes, we still call within 15 minutes. Nothing is replacing our personal attempt and connection. Now, if we don't get a hold of them to get that visit rescheduled, we can then drag their name from wherever they're at in this section, and we can drag them to the missed appointment box, okay? And now AI will provide additional support. It's not replacing you, it's additional support. Our AI system will text and or email over a 3-week period to these patients who are fallen out, encouraging them to get back in. The other thing it does that is really helpful is it emails our front desk daily for 3 days. Remember we said that process is day 1, 2, 3? Because we know the importance of that upfront attempt, it is emailing you, reminding you, make sure you call Susie, make sure you call Susie, okay? Because yes, we still do that. Now, if at any point we get the patient reactivated or rescheduled, okay, you're going to then drag them from the missed appointment box here over to the reactivated box, and that will stop those texts and those emails from continuing to go out because the patient has now been saved in the schedule. Okay, so I wanted to make sure you knew that there is a supporting add-in for the missed appointment process. So let's go in now, a couple understandings, and then I'm going to give you the system. Recall isn't just scheduling, okay? Again, it's creating a continuity of care. A patient who disappears from care is often a patient whose goals are no longer being actively supported. Think of that for a minute. A patient who disappears from care, they came in for a reason, but now their goals are no longer being actively supported if they've fallen off, if they've disappeared, and we don't want that, okay? It's also important to note this is a daily process. I don't want this to be an on occasion or when I feel like it or if I notice numbers are slipping. This is something we consistently do because remember, Consistency is greater than intensity. I don't want this to feel optional. Far too often it's like, maybe we should do this, or we'll do really good this week, but not good the next week. This is not optional. This needs to be a standard practice in our office that we execute. I always want to ensure we have a follow-up date, and our system that I'm going to give you always ensures that we do. This is not instead of automation, right? So a lot of us use various services that you'll automatically have text messages going out. This is a reminder. It is in addition to any automated messages that we have. I also want to make sure you know, those of you making these calls, you are the most powerful tool that we have when it comes to getting people back in and on the schedule. Nothing is more impactful than you and your attempts and the consistency that we have. And lastly, I want you to remember, it takes a whole lot more work to get them back on the schedule than simply keeping them on the schedule. So this is your reminder to make sure your office is advanced multiple scheduling with the acute care and the wellness care, and that we have a very strong missed appointment procedure. Because the stronger you are in those areas, the less you'll have to do in these areas. Okay? And ultimately, the best results our patients will get. Okay? So, if this is your first time really implementing a recall and reactivation process, just know the initial push of getting this started is going to be greater than maintaining it. Because once you get this going, your results are increased and the amount of people that you're having to follow up with continues to lessen. All right? So, without further ado, let's go into the system and how your office creates this for success. All right? So, here's going to be our system overview. All right? And we're going to explain exactly what this looks like and how to do this. So again, because it's important that we know we have a strong missed appointment procedure, we're going to start with that, and you've got to make sure you have that in place. So making sure that you're calling them the day they missed, the next day, the following day, and about a week later. Then after that, we're going to follow up with them at about the 30-day mark, the 60-day mark, the 90-day mark. Then we're going to go into 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 2 years, and 3 years. So that means outside of the missed appointment procedure and anything extra you may sprinkle in throughout the year, we are consistently contacting them 8 times over the course of 3 years. So to go back to something on an earlier slide when we're worried about bugging them, in 3 years, they may only hear from us 8 times if this is the only process that we have that we're doing. There is no way that we're going to come across as bugging them. Okay, so that's important to remember. So how does this look like? So I want to just show you what the process and how we're going to break this down. And I've got an example for you starting in July, since we are right here before the month of July. And this is something you can get started on right away on Monday. So what we've done is we've broken that schedule that I just shared with you up over the course of 4 weeks. Every month has 4 weeks. And you might even have a few months that squeak a 5th week in there for how this flows, okay? So the first week of the month, you are going to call, and you'll see here on the first spot, it says your 30 and 60-day list. So on Monday of the first full week of July, you are going to just run the 30-day period of June 2026, right? I get that it might not be exactly 30 days for everybody, but it's fine. Don't overthink it, okay? You'll catch them in the 60-day list. So what you're going to do is you're going to go into your system and you're going to run the report. Who is in for an appointment but does not have a future appointment from June 1st through the end of June. And you're going to see what that number provides to you. So in my example, I wrote on here, there were 15 names on that list. Okay, great. I print that off and I've got my list of 15. Then I'm going to run a second report. Who came into our office in May of 2026, which was 60 days ago, but does not have a future appointment. And we're going to pretend that list is now 12. Great, I print that list off. So I've got 2 lists now in front of me, my June list and my May list. Together, they have 27 individuals on that list. Now, you can go through that list, and there might be some individuals we might deem that we don't want to call for whatever reason. Maybe they were formally discharged, or they moved, or, whatever it might be. Sometimes I've been running into, we've got snowbirds, so they might be a unique situation, okay? So we are going to make personal calls to all of those names, which means in this example, we've decided we're going to call 20 of those individuals. Okay. Now, of that, how many immediate results did we have that week? I put my number there. I'm not going to come back and worry about micromanaging this and erasing that and, oh, they called back 3 weeks later, now they're 6. Don't worry about it. Just initially, I had 15 names on June, 12 names on May, total of 27. I called 20, and here's the results that I had. And your goal is that you're going to work that 30 and 60-day list the first week of July. And your goal is to get through that list by the end of the week, because then week 2 is going to swing around. And then in week 2, we're going to work on the 90 and 6-month list. So 90 days ago was the month of April. So the whole month of April, you're just going to run that report. How many names are on that? Fill it, print it out. Great. Then 6 months ago from July is January. So we're going to run the report of January. Again, put the names, print it out. And that is the list that we're going to be working through the second week of July. You're going to call your 90-day and your 6-month list. Then we're going to get done with those, and we're going to start on week 3 with our 12-month and our 18-month list. So 12 months ago was just the month of July, right? We're not doing a time frame. We're just doing these single individualized months. So we're going to run July 2025, which was 12 months ago, and then January 2025, which was 18 months ago. And then work through those week 3. And then on week 4, we're going to call the 2-year list and the 3-year list. So just July 2024, that was 2 years ago, and just July 2023, which was 3 years ago. Okay. Now, as you work through these, if there's any lists you don't get quite through, you can continue to carry them into each week, but you want to get through these over the course of that month. And then you can see we start over in August. So the first full week of August, you'll do your 30 and your 60-day list. And so now it's July and June. Okay. And so it's what the other nice thing you can see here, just as we're looking at this together, June 2026 in July had 15 names. Now, June 2026 in August is considered our 60-day list. You can actively see how your results are month over month if you keep this filled out, because maybe you started with 15 names on the list, but now when you ran it at your 60-day mark, you can see there's only 11 names on the list. And then it'll show up on your 90-day list, and maybe there's 8 names, and then it'll show up at 6 months. And so as you have this and you're going through and you're completing this, it's really important, one, to track your results, because what we track, we can see the impact of it, right? And 2, we can see how we're doing at keeping patients under care, okay? When offices are just getting started with this, I really want you to not only focus on just putting the system in place, but what I want you to pay attention to is the numbers that you're getting on these initial 30, 60, and 90-day lists. If they're very large, that means we have a hole in our process. They're not advanced multiple scheduled. Therefore, maybe we're scheduling when they leave. We have high missed and cancels. We have a lot of people dropping out of care, right? If we have too many names on those 30 and 60-day lists, one, it's so great that we're doing this because we want to really make sure we're capturing them and bringing them back in. But 2, it tells us, hey, let's go look at our systems and our processes so we can limit the amount of people falling out of care each month. And this helps to demonstrate and show that. Okay. So because I get this question, and a lot of you have seen this already, I do have a QR code for you if you want to go ahead and scan this, and I'll share it one more time at the end. But this will take you to a PDF document with those week 1s through week 4s listed out for the full year of 2026. And so it'll give you July, August, September, October, November, and December. So if this is something you're interested in utilizing, this exact setup with this sheet, you have access to that. So go ahead, scan this QR code, and it will take you right there. I'll give just a quick minute to do that. And again, I do have the QR code one more time at the end of the presentation for those of you who need it. Okay, so this will take you to a printable PDF document that you can print off, keep it at your front desk, and you know in each given month what reports you need to run. Okay, and again, we can start this right away on Monday with our week 1 July. Okay, all right, so couple things now. So we know why recall and reactivations are so important. We know that we've got to make sure we've got great, strong missed appointments. We know that we've got to make sure we have advanced multiple scheduling, and now we have the system. Now, once we have the system alone isn't just enough, right? I can't just be a robot that I'm just doing this, right? Because we talked about, we do this because we care. So I've got a few key reminders here for you. Number one, when you are making these calls, if you know the patient, incorporate that. Ask about their kids, a vacation they went on, or propose the time you know that they like. You have an opportunity in this very moment to show just how much you care, and they can tell your sincerity simply through the tone of your voice and the interaction that you're having with them. In a lot of cases, patients are so surprised when we remember them, because remembering their kids, their hobbies, their vacations, their work situations, that's forming and creating trust. And trust in offices with our patients is how we can create retention. Okay, so being personable and not just being a robot, having a script, saying something with no emotion is really hindering. Okay, so be personable if and when we can. Number two, the assumptive approach. And we've got lots of trainings on this. And if you've been on our Thursday lunch and learns that we've talked a lot about this. But the assumptive approach is simply our ability to always take the positive assumption. So that means I'm assuming they want the appointment. So when I'm calling, even if it's been 6 months or 12 months or 18 months, it's really easy for me to use the words that create the assumption that they want the appointment, because in a lot of cases we have not heard any differently. And so therefore, because I'm assuming that, I can lead them right to the result of telling them we want to get them back on this schedule. We've got great times. We could do this or we could do that. Which works better? If we start asking if you would like to come in, are you interested? We are going to lose them, because it creates way too much possibility for them to think, oh, maybe not right now. I've got a busy couple of weeks. I'll call back, right? We always need to be proposing a couple of available times instead of asking. So leading them back into the schedule. Number three, because I want you to know, when you do recalls and when you're reaching out to these individuals, you are going to get a lot of voicemails. And that is absolutely okay, and it is not abnormal, and there is still so much positive that is happening even when we're leaving voicemails. Okay, so if you receive their voicemail, you're still going to apply these same concepts. You are going to be personable, right? We're also going to be utilizing the assumptive approach. So state that you want to get them rescheduled, and if your office has texting, you always can follow up via text after your voicemail and state a couple of times available. If you don't have in-office texting, that's totally fine. Then you can simply just state a couple of options that we have this week. Again, with the assumption that they're wanting to get on the schedule. Okay? And then lastly, we're always setting the follow-up. Okay? If I don't hear from you, I will follow up later this week. If I don't hear from you, I'll follow up in a few weeks. If I don't hear from you, I can follow up next month, right? You are taking the lead here, letting them know that you will be connecting back with them if you don't hear from them. So in a sense, you've given yourself permission to follow up if you don't hear, because again, I'm following the assumptive approach. Not hearing from them does not mean no, right? Their life could just be busy. They could be busy with summer things and following their kids' sports schedules or whatever it may be. A non-answer is not an answer, okay? So my assumption is something came up, you forgot to give me a call back, so therefore I will be following up. The other thing it does is if you're utilizing texting, or even if you don't have that, it encourages them to make sure they're responding to us, okay? And again, because I can't emphasize this enough, and I don't want this to be a measure of success or failure, it is not abnormal to receive a significant number of voicemails, especially if you haven't been doing a consistent system. You're probably going to get more than you will as you progress through this and you start being consistent. Okay? All right. Couple last tips again as we're wrapping up here. Implementation of this process is greater than maintaining it, because again, our lists are going to be a little bit bigger if it's something we haven't been regularly doing. Secondly, I always want you to remember my goal here is to lead them to the result. It's not to ask them if they want to do this. It's to lead them to take an action. Okay? Third, never forget the follow-up. Consistency creates confidence. All right? The message of us continuing to check in and show that we care. Passively, you also are doing some marketing. So maybe they don't follow up with you, but because we left that voicemail today and they're visiting with somebody over the weekend, they say, oh, you should go try ABC Chiropractic out. In fact, that reminds me, I need to follow up with them. You will not believe the amount of times I'm on a coaching call and I'm like, shoot, as I'm talking about this, it reminds me I need to follow up with X, Y, and Z. Okay? Because as I start talking about it, it reminds me to do it. And then I a lot of times forget. So if they would just follow up with me, boom, I'd be back on that schedule in different areas. Okay? Number 4, don't stop trying to reach out to them unless we have a reason as to why. Again, maybe they moved, they've requested no contact, they're formally discharged. But in other cases, don't just self-opt people out of the schedule. Don't just assume because they were a PI case and they finished that they don't want to come back. They still deserve and need to be contacted as well. Because lastly, every patient deserves an invitation back to our office. The list will work when we work the list. But if we're not working the list and we're lacking consistency, the results will lack. Okay? So here's that QR code one more time as promised as we wrap up today. But I want you to remember, every patient on a recall list was once excited to start care with your office. And we need to remember that most of them, when they don't answer or they fall out of care, they're not saying no to us. They simply need someone, aka you, to lead them back. So again, you've got to remember the list will work when we work the list. Thank you guys for joining us today. And remember, this is a foundational process in our offices. And so make sure we've got that system in place to execute. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Doug Sullivan, one of the dream makers here with Integrity Doctors. And holy cow, Summer Livestream 2026 already on us. Can you believe we're halfway through the year already? Time flies when you're having fun. And speaking of having fun, I got a fun one here for you today. It's called The Art of Communication. This is a class that we taught many years ago, and by popular demand, we're bringing it back again with some revisions and some updates. So if you're ready, I'm ready. Let's dive right in. This is a sneaky important subject for us because it impacts all of us, not only in what we do within our office, but also out in the rest of the world as well. So whether we're talking about your front desk interactions or your doctor interactions, whether you're a practice representative in the office, or whether we're talking about being in the therapy department or the insurance department, or whether we're talking about communicating with a loved one at home or a friend outside of the office, this topic is going to have immediate impact for you. Because the truth is, you guys, if we're going to communicate chiropractic effectively within our office, we've got to master the art of communication. And the reason? Most of the public does not know what we do, or who we are, or how it works. And even once they're in the chiropractic, they still don't know what to do with it once they're in the office. So we've got to become very good at and stay very good at communicating chiropractic care to our patients. I wonder if you've ever noticed when human beings don't understand something or don't know something very well, they tend to be down on it. We tend to say they're down on what they're not up on. Have you ever noticed that? Just a human trait that's kind of interesting. And when we're down on something, we tend to kind of reject wanting to hear about it or wanting to learn about it. Again, just another human trait. We will embrace and even create distractions to somebody who's communicating with us on something that we're not very up on. Again, human nature. But that's something that we've got to keep in mind because we're going to have to work through that with our patients. We have to be in our communication what we call game pressure ready. What is that? Game pressure ready is brought forward from athletics. We're talking about a team who knows their plays and their formations and the job that they have to do so thoroughly and so well that no matter what distractions are thrown at them, they can accomplish the goal. If they're playing on a field that maybe it's raining, right? And so that provides a distraction. Maybe they're at an away game and there's 70,000 people that are yelling and screaming at them and not nicely. That's a distraction, but they can play through that. Maybe they have an injury and one of their key players goes out, but they know the plays so well they can keep going. That's game pressure ready. And that's what I'm going to ask you. With the communication that you're having with your patients about your processes, about your procedures, can you deliver your intended communication no matter what's going on around you? That means not being thrown off by patients who show up early to the office or show up late, or maybe they show up mad. Or maybe that particular patient's just weird or stinky, or maybe they're a little flirty, right? Or grumpy or awkward. All of those things can be distractions when you're trying to communicate with them. Can you move past those? That's game pressure ready. Game pressure ready also means not being thrown off by situations that come up in the office. And I'm sure all of you have had one or more of these, like your software crashes or a table breaks down or the sports team won or lost last night, and that's what everybody wants to talk about. Maybe you got a new procedure you're putting into place, or the doctor's moving slow today, or maybe we're short-staffed, somebody's out sick today, or maybe you have a car crash into your lobby that causes all kinds of chaos. True story. Ask me about it sometime. All of these things can provide distractions that, if you're not game pressure ready, can throw you off proper communication with your patients. So let's address the elephant in the room, because your skills have to be so mastered that you can survive anything. So where's our foundation in all of this? you probably already know, and you don't want me to say it, but I'm going to. Your foundation in communication mastery starts with your scripting. Yes, your scripting. So everybody start rolling your eyes right now. Everybody go, oh no, he's going to talk about scripting again. Yes, I am. And the first thing I need to say to each and every one of you that's watching me today is everybody can learn scripting. Not just the unicorns. We don't need a unicorn who loves it. Everybody can do it. As a matter of fact, you use scripting and learn scripting in everyday life. You just don't necessarily use the word scripting. How many of you are walking banks of song lyrics, right? I mean, we can just start singing a song and right away you know the words. As a matter of fact, you might know the words to this one. Sing it with me. Come on, let's go. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. You knew the words, didn't you? I know there were a lot of you out there that started singing with me. That's a script, right? You learned it. You didn't even have to learn it to perform it, and you still know the words. You know, I was always blown away by my high school daughter who every summer would go to dance team camp along with her whole team, and they'd be there for 5 days, and we'd show up as parents at the end of camp to watch what it is that they learned. And over 5 days, they learned like 10 dance scripts, and not just like simple, easy stuff, like complicated maneuvers and everything. We're talking about a high school dance team. We're not talking about some sort of professional performance. Yet they could go out and they could do it and make it look easy. How about this scripting? I'll bet you never thought of this. Our Father, who art in heaven. Huh? Yeah, you never thought about it, did you? But it's a script. You do learn scripts all the time. So I'm going to get you right now. Stop saying you can't or won't learn them. They're everywhere in the world. And many times I get this pushback of, well, scripting isn't professional. No, you're wrong. Scripts are professional, and they are everywhere in the professional world. See, you guys, the truth is, in high-stake professions, scripting isn't a crutch. It's the foundation that frees you up to perform under pressure. Remember what I said a moment ago. Your patients are already down on what they're not up on. They walk in the door with resistance baked in. So your script isn't just a communication tool. It's your prepared and practiced answer to that resistance they come in the door with. Delivered with enough mastery that they never even feel it working. We see examples of this in the professional world all over. Let me give you a few. Since we started with sports, let's stay there. How about NFL football teams? The playbook. It's a script. Every route, every formation, every audible at the line, it's all scripted and all rehearsed until it's totally unconscious. How about airline pilots? Exact steps for takeoff, for cruise, for descent, for landing, right? Each button, each lever, each wheel to turn at the right time and the right way. It's a script. Highly scripted for obviously very important reasons. Surgeons. You know, a surgical team follows a strict safety protocol before they start every procedure. Steps are called out and then verbally confirmed by others in a specific sequence. Lives depend on this kind of scripting. How about law enforcement officers? They're trained in language like Miranda rights. You know, as a matter of fact, the Miranda rights, you have the right to remain silent, so on and so forth. If that's not done right by the script, the whole case can actually be thrown out in court. They script traffic stops and crisis de-escalation. Words matter, everybody. The order that they come in matters. How they say them matters. The emphasis which they use matters, and they practice it until it's automatic. A script gives you a baseline. But here's the deal. Knowing the script is only the beginning, really, of this conversation. The real question is, what happens when you go beyond just knowing the script? Knowing the script means you know the play, you know the order of the buttons to push in the plane, you know the technical steps of the surgery, or the words that should be said when there's an upset person the police officer's dealing with. It's the what and the when. But beyond knowing comes mastering the script. Beyond just saying the words, to how you say the words and how you do the words. You might notice that I'm not just saying things. You might notice my hands moving, the facial features. That's the performance of the script, the performance of the words. And really, that's where I want to go and focus all day today, is on the performance of the words. Now, unfortunately, so many of you stop at the knowing. You stop at learning what words to say and when to say them, but you don't go into the development and the practice and the mastery of how. You don't go into the performance, and it makes a huge deal in how your message gets delivered. Let me give you a really simple example, a simple demonstration of how important performance is. I'm going to take a sentence. I didn't say she hit my car. And let's perform it simply by changing the emphasis on the words. And let me show you how much we can change the sentence. I didn't say she hit my car. There's a lot of meaning in there. It might have been him, or it might have been the deer that ran out in front of me and hit the side of my car, or it might be the hail that fell out of the sky. Right? Lots of different emphasis or meaning there. Now, what if I change the emphasis just a little and say, I didn't say she hit my car? Well, I've changed the whole sentence again. That simple shift in performance now might be, she spit on my car. She painted my car. She drove my car. Right? And one more time, just for good measure, I didn't say she hit my car. Now I've changed the whole meaning of the sentence again. Maybe she hit the mailbox, or the tree, or the dog, or the garage. Simple changes in performance, just emphasis, and we'll go into that as being one of the performing aspects in just a little while, completely changes the meaning of the sentence. Now imagine how that's taking place across your office if that simple little thing's just the scratching the surface of performance. Imagine all the interactions going on and all the different ways that those scripts are getting performed to your patients. So I think that begs the realization here that we need to dig into mastery, not just of the script itself, but of the performance. And when we're looking at performance, it breaks down into what I would call 4 channels, if you will. These are the messages of communication. The emotional performance, the visual performance, the audible performance, and the intellectual performance. Interestingly, Keith spent an entire conference class on this topic about 10 years ago. So important. That's why we're bringing it back again. Let's take a look at each of these 4 messages of communication at a bit more in depth. We'll start with the emotional messaging. You know, patients don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Yet we spend a lot of our time when we're communicating with our patients trying to tell them what we know. You got to start with how much you care. Here's the truth, everybody. You can't script sincerity into yourself and into your message. You can't fake genuine love for your patients as you're communicating to them. And you absolutely cannot hide the absence of that sincerity and that love. So we've got to start with the emotional messaging inside of you first. I'm going to come right at you for a minute. If you're just punching the clock, if you're just showing up to work and do the tasks and say the things, and there's no emotion involved in what you're doing here, your patients are going to see it. They're going to hear it. They're going to feel it. You cannot, in this job, as a doctor, as a CA, as a practice rep, you cannot just show up and punch the clock. They'll see these things on your face. They'll see it in your body language. They'll hear it in your voice. They'll even detect your lack of sincerity and love if you're just punching the clock in the space between your words. See, the emotional message isn't actually something you perform. It's either in you or it's not in you. You either have it or you don't. So let's talk about it a little bit. What is the emotional messaging that we're talking about? Love. Love of chiropractic, love of your job, love of your teammates, love for the patient. Sincerity. You've got to mean what you say when you're talking to your patients. And passion. You got to have strong devotion and intense conviction to chiropractic, to your team, to the effort that you're putting forth for your patients. And you might say, well, I'm new to the office. I really don't have strong areas of love, sincerity, and passion yet. Or maybe you say, I've been here a long time and maybe that's running a little thin. Maybe I've run that down a little bit. Okay, we've got tools for you. The core values, the success principles. You guys as a team should be reviewing those all the time. I know a lot of you think of that as sort of the fluffy stuff that, comes before we dig down into the procedures. No, the core values and the principles and the success principles are the foundation. By the way, one of the success principles is love. But Keith gave us even more to work on in this emotional area last year when he also put forth the series on Beatitudes and the Greater Vision series. You should be digging into these in team meetings and even as individuals if you feel this area getting a little shaky for you anytime. That's what they're here for, is to help you keep your emotional messaging high. By the way, there's another tool we have called power training that I know a lot of people don't make use of. It's so good. It so helps build a team cohesiveness and build this love and sincerity and passion for chiropractic. And something else I'm going to address here real quick. Everybody needs to be getting adjusted in the office. No, really. I mean, everybody needs to be on a plan. Now, maybe it's an acute care plan because you got a thing going on. Great. Doctors, give your staff a treatment plan to get that thing taken care of. Maybe it's a wellness treatment plan where you're coming in every week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And you might say to me, yeah, we already do that. No, I know what most of you do is you peek in the door right before lunch and say, hey, doc, can you get me? That's not a plan, everybody. And that's not the deep love, sincerity, and passion for chiropractic like you'd give to your patients, like you expect of your patients. So if you're not already doing it, get on a plan, every one of you. Now, the emotional messaging is important because although I know they're emotions and they're your emotions and they're felt inside of you, they're seen by your patients. The emotional messaging comes up and dictates the visual messaging. Your emotions show up mostly on your face, and I've got the demonstrations here for you so you can see love and sincerity and passion. So let's let that bounce us right into the visual messaging, the second performance here. You see, seeing is believing. Believing is knowing, and knowing beats unknowing and the unknown every time. Here's something really interesting you've got to take away from today. Your patients see you when you talk, and what they see you saying on your face and in your body language will always be more influential than what you say to them. Obviously, the only time this isn't primarily true is when you're on the phone, but we'll talk more about that in a minute because actually this still works there too. What they're seeing you say is usually way more impactful to them than the words you're using. To be what you say you are, you've got to look like you are. So let me give you some examples here. If you say you're a professional, then you've got to look professional. What do I mean? You can't roll out of bed and into the office 10 minutes later with your hair unkempt and your uniform all wrinkled. And by the way, don't get hung up on uniform. Uniform could be scrubs, uniform could be a polo shirt, but it can't be wrinkled and rumpled and faded and look like it hasn't been washed in 3 weeks. If you're going to be professional, look professional. Okay? Comb your hair, put a smile on your face. If that means you got to do a little makeup, ladies, great, do a little bit of makeup. But look professional. If you're nice, look nice. Now listen, I know we joke about in our culture this disease that some people have when they're resting. This is a PG show, so I'll let you fill in the blanks. But I don't buy it. This whole resting face that looks mad and angry and I think you have more control than you think you do, but you need to be aware of it. If you're one of those people that's afflicted by that resting face that looks so mad, check it. Have your teammate call you out, look at yourself in the mirror. If you're nice, for goodness sakes, you guys, look nice. Put a smile on your face. Let your body language say to the new person walking in the door, I'm friendly, I'm nice. It'll dictate how everybody interacts with you, and it will control the message that you're delivering to others. Now, if you're going to engage with a patient and you want them to take you seriously and hear your message, look engaged. No slouching, no leaning over, no lolling back in the chair and rolling your eyes and looking at them sideways. An engaging communicator leans forward, brings their shoulders forward, tilts their head slightly. That says, I hear you and I'm communicating with you and I see you. And that smile on your face says, I believe what I'm saying to you and we are interacting. And if you're going to be happy, for goodness sakes, you guys, be happy. I mean, really, come on, be happy. There we go. That's better. But listen, if we're going to be here and we're going to do this, let's really be happy. Go big or go home. There we go. Look happy. Tell your patients this is a great place to be. I hate to do this, but I have to because they're really good at it. I've got to use a pharmaceutical company as an example. You know, pharmaceutical companies know exactly how powerful visual messaging really is at influencing what patients and consumers hear. We see this in their commercials all the time. Now, we're a little limited here by YouTube in that I can't just pull forward a pharmaceutical commercial to show it to you, so we're going to do something else. Yep. Integrity's going to throw everything out that it's ever known, ever before, and we're going to become a pharmaceutical company. Are you old? Do things hurt? Do you make sounds when you stand up that you never agreed to make? Introducing Integrity Pharma's first ever adjusterol. Move better, so well your grandchildren will accuse you of lying about your age. Feel better, all over better, even the parts you forgot about. See better. Users report reading menus, license plates, and their doctor's horrified expressions. Breathe better. Users describe it as, is this what air is supposed to smell like? And of course, healthier skin too. A glow so radiant, strangers find it unsettling. Adjusterol may cause excessive confidence and the sudden ability to open pickle jars on the first try. Ask your doctor about it. They won't know what it is. Show them the brochure. Adjusterol. Feel everything better. Now, everybody, hopefully you start to get a vision of the bazillion commercials that you've seen on TV like this, right? The fancy language and the positive direction that this drug is going to do. And meanwhile, the elderly couple in a warmly lit living room that's dancing and looking in each other's eyes with love because they can get up and move better and feel better and see better and all those things. Now, you've done this enough to know what I'm coming to next, right? See, all that visual image is reaching out and grabbing you to overpower the next thing that happens. They want to sneak this in while you're not really hearing them. Warning, Gestrol may cause nausea, vomiting, and sudden distrust of Tuesdays. Do not take it if you're pregnant, thinking about being pregnant, or have ever seen a pregnant person. Side effects may include internal bleeding, external bleeding, and a third kind of bleeding we're not allowed to name yet. Also, for reasons unknown, your left knee may file a formal complaint with God. In clinical trials, 4 out of 5 patients experienced side effects. The 5th has not been located. Do not operate heavy machinery, light machinery, or even a toaster. This is not a real medicine, but chiropractic is, and actually works. Am I right? Or am I right? See, you guys, pharmaceutical companies figured this out a long time ago. And as ridiculous as that example was, the images, the music, hopefully you heard in your head, the happy dancing couple and all the positive things that were said, it works. Because what people see while you're talking to them shapes what they actually hear. And so all that negative language about side effects just gets swept aside because of the visual messaging. Ralph Waldo Emerson said many years ago, "What you do speaks so loudly, I can't hear what you're saying." Let's rewrite that just a little bit for our conversation today. Your face, your body, your body movement, your actions speak so loudly, I can't hear what you're saying. It's important, everybody. What your patients see you saying will usually override what they hear. Speaking of hearing, let's talk about another performance, the audible messaging. Now, right away, I think people think we're talking about what words we're speaking, but truly, in this conversation, we're talking about how you speak those words. As a matter of fact, I would say how you speak your scripts is maybe even more important than what you say. So we better dig into that because you can put a lot of influence, especially, I showed you that demonstration earlier just with, I didn't say she hit my car. Just emphasis changed the entire meaning. So let's dig into the audible components here. There are 4 of them: voice, cadence, volume, and energy. And when I say voice, again, I'm not talking about what's being said. I'm talking about the sound. Keith Mall said in that class 10 years ago, your voice can bring your words to life, or it can take the life out of your words. Your voice has got to sound good, everybody. It's got to sound appealing. So before you walk into that important report of findings, doctors, CAs, before you pick up that phone call that might be the brand new patient, you're only getting the one chance to make a first impression. Sound good. Warm your voice up, drink some water, hum some scales, clear your throat. Prepare to have a good, pleasant sounding voice. It sounds so simple, so silly, and will make so much impact. How about the cadence of what you're saying? You've got to vary the tone, the pitch, and the speed of the words that you're saying to keep it interesting, to keep it engaging. Now, these functions of your speech, unfortunately, are very muted and sometimes not present at all. And you hear this in people who are very monotone. When you're in the early stages of learning a script, when you're knowing the what and the when, but you haven't really mastered the performance yet, your brain is really busy thinking hard about the next words. What do I got to say next? What's coming up in just a moment? So it doesn't have time to focus on adding all the performance embellishments that comes with mastery. But the embellishments are important because they are the things that keep your listener focused on your message, your tone, your pitch, your speed of your messaging. I want you to remember something. Your listener can't read what you're saying, right? They can't, like in a book, go back and read a sentence again if they become unfocused, right? So they have to hear you the first time. Research tells us that an unfocused listener will begin to drift away from your message within about 30 seconds. And once they're gone, they do not come back cleanly. What'll happen is when they realize that they've not caught part of what you said because it's not keeping them focused, they'll actually turn inward and try to fill in the gaps. And while they do that, they miss even more of your message. And it becomes this chain reaction, resulting in an incomplete or completely unheard message that you're trying to communicate. Fact is, you guys, they didn't misunderstand you. They just simply missed you, not because your words were wrong, but because your performance of the words you were giving didn't hold them. So your cadence matters. This brings us back to game pressure ready. You've got to master the scripting if you expect to perform at a level that holds your patient's focus. Another audible messaging we need to look at is the volume of your voice as well. Now, I'm not talking about shouting. I'm talking about projecting. The person in the furthest corner of the room should be able to hear you clearly without straining. Right? This is a big difference between projection and shouting. Projection is being upright, shoulders back, chin up, so that your voice comes out stronger. There's a lot of physiology that goes into that. We won't dig into that today. As a matter of fact, I should put a quick plug in. In our team retreats that we're doing around the country this year in 2026, my class digs into a lot of these performance pieces of projection and cadence and whatnot. So if you haven't made one of those, we got 2 more coming up later this year. Get to one of them. It's great. Anyway, a strong projection communicates confidence. It says, I believe what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is correct. You got to say it like you mean it. And staff, this becomes really important when you're on the phone because the patient can't see you. So all that visual messaging is gone, right? Let me give you an example. This is a true story. I have a client that I've worked with for a long time, and they've got a great CA at their office who I've known now for a while because I talk to her on the phone every time I call. She's always been a little soft-spoken. And when I called recently, it was particularly noticeable. Family Chiropractic, how may I help you? I mean, really different. So much so that when I got the doctor on the phone, I said, I think something's wrong. I'll hold back her name to protect her privacy. But I said, I think something's wrong. Is there something going on with her or in your office? And he said, no, I can see her right now. She's the happiest person in the office. She's great, big old smile and everything. But you see, you guys, I couldn't see her. And so even though we say smile when you answer the phone because that gets projected, you still have to be conscious about all those embellishments. You've got to know what you're saying so strongly that you can put in that tone and that pitch and that cadence variation. I couldn't see her, so one of those messages was gone, and I thought there was a problem. And if I were a new patient, we'd be in trouble right now, right? Because that was first impression of their office. So all these pieces matter. Let's talk about energy in the audible messaging. Energy is mostly brought forth by inflection, what you do with the word. Inflection is talking about turning it upwards, leaving it neutral, or turning it downwards. Now, you can do this with a sentence, but you can just as easily do it with a single word. Let me demonstrate. Let's pretend I'm calling up my friend Kathy, all right? When the person answers the phone, we could go a few different ways. Let's say in this first example, Kathy answers, but I'm not sure it's her. Maybe I woke her up or something, so she doesn't sound like herself. I might say, Kathy? You see it? The upturn. I took the energy and turned it up in the sentence. And I'm immediately asking a question. But maybe if I recognize her, but I really have something important to say, and it's kind of a, I'm going to have to deal with this with you, Kathy. She might answer and say hello, and I might say, Kathy, period, right? Kathy, right? Different meaning, one word. But how about if Kathy's my friend, I recognize her on the other end of the line, I'm excited to speak to her, and she answers the phone and says hello, and I say, Kathy. 3 different inflections. 3 completely different meanings on one word. We give that word a bunch of energy depending on our inflection. You can do the same to a sentence in your office in communication. Your next appointment is on Monday at 3:00. Do you see it? I just turned it into a lack of confidence. I don't know. I'm asking you, Mrs. Patient. Or Your next appointment is on Monday at 3:00. See the emphasis with the downturned inflection? That's energy. It matters. It makes a huge difference. You know, another thing that provides energy in the audible message is silence. Now, we wouldn't often think about silence as being energy, but it truly is. It's interesting. Our culture is very afraid of silence, but it's one of the most powerful tools in communication, truly. Silence conveys a message. It elicits a response. It creates space for someone to respond. That's really what it's saying, is it's saying, I'm looking to you for a response. When we lack confidence in the things that we're communicating to our patient, we fill that silence with minimizing words, or we repeat ourselves over and over and over again. The patient will begin to notice that we're repeating, or that we're doing filler words like and stuff like that. And in fact, many times a patient will kind of sit back and go, is everything okay in there? You all right? Or you know what you're saying? I mean, they might not say that to you out loud, but that's what they begin thinking. Silence is especially powerful when you want to elicit something from a patient. We call it the power of the ask. When you're asking for a referral, silence is your best friend. You can look at that patient in the eye and say, so who in your family are you going to refer to us? Silence. See, by staying quiet, you're communicating, I'm expecting an answer from you. Humans naturally want to reciprocate in a conversation. If you ask them a question and then hold the silence, you're far more likely to get a response, and it's usually going to be a positive one. Here's another energy item that goes into audible messaging. It's breathing. Timid breathing, shallow breathing, short breathing causes timid speaking. When you're about to communicate something to a patient, something of importance, something of impact, take a breath. Take a deep breath before you begin speaking. And then relax and continue those deep breaths as you go. That makes your delivery more natural, more flexible, more confident, and it actually adds to that projection we talked about a few moments ago. See, if you take short, shallow breaths and then you try to project yourself and you run out of air mid-sentence, it signals to your patient that you're rushing. And when they feel rushed, they lose the message that you're trying to communicate. Your energy is contagious. A relaxed you, when you breathe, creates a relaxed patient. Rest assured, if you don't breathe, they're going to feel your tension. It doesn't matter how busy your office is, you guys. Your patient should never feel your stress. A single breath before you walk into the room or pick up that phone changes everything about how you're communicating. All right. And then we get to the final performance item, which is the intellectual messaging. Now, this one's interesting because this is the one that I find a lot of people start thinking about. After just the scripting itself, they start thinking a lot about the words, and it's where we can really get hung up. Your intellectual message is the opportunity to shape your communication, to meet your audience exactly where they are. But so many of us forget that they don't have the same level of understanding of chiropractic that we do. Doctors, they don't have the 3+ years of education. CAs, even if you've only been in the office for a few months, you know more about chiropractic than almost everybody coming in the door. And we forget that, and we get hung up on the intellectual side of being fancy in what we're saying and what we're communicating. But you've got to communicate in your patient's language. And most healthcare offices wing these conversations. They don't have any preset ideas of what they're communicating, but you don't have to do that. Your scripts were written by us specifically for the patient sitting across from you, not for you who's delivering them. Unfortunately, we always think about the wording based on ourselves. We got to think about our patients. A successful communicator speaks for understanding, not for an impression of, being fancy sounding. Let me give you an example. Staff, this one's for you. Same concept, two completely different experiences. Here's the technical one. So, Mrs. Smith, your plan has an $80 copay after your deductible, which is $350, and you've met 200 of that so far this year. So today we're going to apply the remaining 150 to your deductible, and then your copay kicks in at 80% of that allowed amount after that, which means your portion today for the adjustment billed under CPT code 98941 and the therapy billed under 97012 will be, or we could just do it in the patient's language. Mrs. Smith, today your portion will be $42. See the difference? Doctors, I can hit you with this as well. The too technical way of communicating, the impression or the impressionable way, right? If we're, wanting to be fancy. The intervertebral disc, Mrs. Smith, between L4 and L5 is showing signs of desiccation and reduced height, which is likely contributing to the foraminal narrowing we're seeing on your film. Or think of the cushion, Mrs. Smith, between the bones to be like a jelly donut. Right now, it's a little flat, it's dried out, and that's what's irritating the nerve, causing your pain. One of these things lands and one doesn't, you guys. I know we might not like those words, doctors, but that's not really for you. You spent years and a lot of money on that education. I know you did, and I know you want to use all the fancy terms that go with it. But words like synapse and intervertebral and articular and scoliosis make their eyes roll up in the back of their head. The moment you start talking above them, you've lost them, doctors. The script was written in your patient's language, so you don't have to translate it on the fly. You've got to trust it. Our scripting gives you significant advantage over most healthcare providers in how you communicate to the patient because it leads you to talk to the patient in their language. Use the scripts, even if you don't like them. All right, let's bring it together. The road to mastery in the art of communication. Every skill that you learn, whether it's communication like we're talking about today or how to throw a ball or anything else, goes through 4 stages. The first stage is the awkward stage. You know what to say, you know what to do, but it doesn't feel natural to you yet. The next stage is comfortable. You got it down, but you're still thinking a lot about the words and the body actions and the facial expressions. And unfortunately, this is where so many of you stop, is in this comfort zone. We got to get over that red line. We got to get into auto reflex, where you've moved the scripting, the thinking about the words in the order that they're in from the front of your brain to the back of your brain. It's in the back of your head now, and the flow is so much more natural. And this is opening that gateway to mastery, to being game pressure ready, where it becomes so natural that no matter what the distraction is, the words and all of the performance items that we've talked about today just come naturally. Nothing can throw you off. The goal here is never to just know your scripts and procedures. The goal is to own them. Owning is the how. It's the performance. It's what we've been building to this entire conversation. Let me bring you back to the examples that I gave you in the beginning of the conversation as we come in for a landing here. Earlier, I used them to establish that scripting is legitimate. Now I want to go back for a different reason. These same performers that I talked about a little while ago, not only did they learn their scripting, but they never stopped rehearsing them. That's the final key I want you to have today. Right? And it's not because they didn't know it once they learned it, but because they refused to not know it perfectly. NFL football players, top 1% in their sport, yet they still run the same drills every week over and over. The playbook is memorized, but they never stop rehearsing to improve it even further, to make it more auto-reflex. Airline pilots, among the most highly trained professionals in the world, and yet they return to the simulator regularly to sharpen every skill, every procedure. Their training never stops because their standard never drops. Let me add a couple others to think about. Broadway performers. They've performed the same show hundreds of times and still rehearse before every performance because the audience on night 300 deserves the same quality of performance as the one on night number 1, right? How about teachers? You ever thought about this one? They've delivered the same lesson dozens of times, but they still renew the material, refine their delivery, adjust their approach before walking into the classroom every time. The content doesn't change, but the performance of it can always be improved a bit more with practice. Yeah, rehearsal. You can't learn it once and let it go from there. You've got to practice. Rehearsal, you guys, isn't the sign that you don't know your scripting, that you don't know the performance that goes with it. It's the reason that you're going to perform it perfectly when it counts. Role play, rehearsal, isn't just running through the intellectual message, the structure of the words. It's rehearsing the whole package, the smile, the posture, the voice, the silence in between. Be each other's bumpers, just like you see in the bowling alley. You know how they put the bumpers down in the gutter to let us novice bowlers be able to play the game? Keep each other in the lane. Be willing to bump one of your colleagues. Say, hey, you're not smiling today. Your face looks a little grouchy. What's going on with you today? That's not being mean. That's a teammate doing their job. That's core value number one, by the way. That's leadership. The most natural, sincere, confident communicators, they didn't get there because they learned it once and never dealt with it again. They got there because they rehearsed their communication over and over and over again. When you truly master your art of communication, your patient's never going to know it was rehearsed because it sounds natural. It looks sincere. It displays confidence. It projects a true passion. And that's what changes lives, everybody. Master the emotional message. Love it, mean it, feel it. Master the visual message. Be what you say you are. Master the audible message. Your voice is an instrument. Use it that way. Master the intellectual message. Speak their language, not yours. That is what we call being game pressure ready. And that is the end of the time I have with you today. Thanks so much for your attention. I hope you all have a great day.
Man, what a day it has been today. Hasn't this been awesome? Oh, just so much. Keith just brought the house down in that first class. And then, obviously I did pretty well in that Facebook deal, if I do say so myself. And then Carolyn, recalls and reactivations. It's always helpful to have stuff that we've had, updated trainings and things we've had. That great stuff, great things. And Dr. Doug, right in there with the communication. Another great update to things that we've always taught, always believed, but stuff we need to be reminded on and retaught and re-go over that. These are classes. Both of those are ones you can watch over and over again on our YouTube channel once this is done, and just a huge benefit. Now, before we're let out, I have one final thought for you. Okay, one final thought, because I want to make sure I still want to talk some fun, expecting awesome type things rather than just being all technical. And that's what this last hour is for. This is a thought that's really been on my mind, on my heart. And I want to make sure that I hit you with it because I think it's so important. And that is, I want to talk about the success principle change, because change is an inevitable thing. You remember there was a day when we didn't have virtual, when this wasn't a thing, where we required you to come to a live event at least 4 times a year, and you'd have to wake up early. Some of you drive, some of you, you even sometimes had to dress up in suit and tie and dresses. It was wild. There were so many more requirements back then, and now some of us are in PJs right now. Some of us are just sitting around in a tank top. I'm dressed the way I dress every single day, man. And that's great. And things have changed. But sometimes things change and we resist the change, not because it's bad change, not because it's the wrong change, but we resist it just because it's change. We resist it just because we aren't aware, or because we don't know what that change is, because we don't maybe understand the change right now. We instantly think it must be bad. So we write off things and we say, I don't want to do this. I know that right now there are offices here on this deal that have created an AI Clinic Assist account and aren't using it, aren't doing anything with it. And it's not because it doesn't work, because it does. It's not because it isn't a benefit, because it is. It's because you're still set in the way you're doing it right now. You're still set in doing it. You're seeing it as, no, I don't want to do this. I know this is, I already have a way. I already have a thing. And I realize that. I realize some things that we all get stuck in and we all get comfortable in, and we want to stay in our comfort zone. But the reality is, when some things get easier, change doesn't mean worse. Change doesn't mean negative. Change doesn't mean losing time. Change means evolving. It means growing. It means going to another level. You can't go to another level and stay the same. I can't tell you how many times I've heard doctors say, I'll get on the call with new leads and say, well, here's what I'm looking to do. I want to grow and I want to do this, but I don't want to do anything different than what I'm doing now. And the reality is that doesn't work. That would be like me saying, you know what I want? I want to lose 100 pounds. I want to be fit as a fiddle. I want to look like an absolute rock star. I want to be famous. I want to be abs galore. But here's the thing. Here's the catch. I want to eat everything. I want donuts. I want cake. I want pizza. I want all of it. I want to just eat whatever I want. I don't want to work out. I just want to hang out on the couch. I want to play some video games. I just want to, watch some TV, find a new show on Netflix, whatever it is. I want to still hang out. I still want to eat. I want to do all the things, but I want all that. No, that's not how this works. That's not how anything works. You have to change for some things. You have to evolve for some things. But the reality is many times we convince ourselves that the change in front of us is scarier than it actually is. We see that this, and now this can be more than just AI Clinic Assist. This could be a new procedure that you need to implement in the office. This could be a script that you've been putting off that you haven't learned. This could be a new clinic that you thought about building, but now you haven't. You've put that on hold. It could be the associate you should hire, but you don't know if you really want another person in there. It could be that this one simple thing, even in your personal finances, that you're trying to fix. It could be that you're overspending, but you like overspending, but you need to stop it. It can be a multitude of things, but what defeats us and what stops us isn't the reality of the change, it's the fear of the change. It's the fear of what could happen and what could go wrong and what this could bring up and what Pandora's box this may open. And the reality is the fear that we have is always worse than the reality of the change. I have learned something over the years, just growing up and as an adult, is that every time my brain hypotheticalizes what's wrong and what could go wrong and what could be negative, it goes to a level that is just absolutely unexplainable. It's ridiculous, it's unfeasible, and it brings up my brain will tell me, oh, what if the car crashes? What if this explodes? What if my children just disappear in a blink of an eye? I mean, your head instantly goes to the weirdest, darkest corners, all because of change. Because as soon as fear is initialized, it becomes the stopping point for everything. So in a lot of ways, we may not even acknowledge it as fear. We may not even acknowledge it as an issue. What we will just say is I like my way. I like this way. I don't want this. I don't need this. And that's a problem. Because a lot of times people miss out on some incredible changes, incredible things, all because their comfort kept them from going further. You know, I'm a firm believer that God opens doors for all of us that choose, but we have to choose to go through that door. And I know that God has opened a lot of doors that have just let in a draft. God has opened a lot of doors that some of us just stared at and said, are you sure? Because that doesn't look good to me. And yet, he isn't opening bad doors. We serve, love, and worship a good God who makes all things good, who makes all things new, who is amazing and incredible, and it always is providing and is always giving and has immeasurably more than you could ever ask or imagine lined up for you. So if he opens a door, you should go through it whether you know what's on the other side or not, because why not? But we get in such a mindset of, oh, I don't know what door that is. I don't know what's through there. I don't know what's in there. It may be good. It may be not. It may be someone with a gun just waiting to shoot me on the other. No, we just create these hypotheticals in our head. We create these fears. We create these uncomfortable moments that we'd rather yield to our comfort. Let me give you kind of some two fun examples of this. These just happened. One was really recently, and one was a few months ago. And these are my kids. I have 3 kids. Love them all to death. They're incredible. I've got my youngest son, Harvey. He's 4. He's about to turn 5. We've got Nolan, who's 7, going to turn 8. And my daughter, Summer, is 14. Oh, I don't want to say what she's going to turn because that's just... I want to think about that. But let's start with the first one. Harvey, my little boy Harvey. Now I've talked about Harvey in the past. He's fun. He's fun. Now my kids are very unique kids. My boys, my son Nolan has kind of a Boston accent. No idea where it came from. I was born in Oklahoma. We live in Florida. We are nowhere near there, but that's what he's got. Now Harvey's got a very strong Southern accent. Very Forrest Gumpish. Very Forrest Gumpish, which makes all conversations very fun. So Harvey came to us. We told him, we had made some friends at church, and we'd set up a play date. Their kids had 2 kids. They have a daughter named Hannah and a son named Judah. And Hannah is in Harvey's Sunday school class, and Judah's a little younger, but we planned a play date. So we planned a play date to come over to our house. And so we're leaving church, and we're telling Harvey, hey, Harvey, Hannah's going to come over today. We're going to have a play date after church. And my little boy, Harvey, was just crossed arms. I don't want Hannah. I don't want her to come over. I don't want a play date. I don't want that. No, I don't want her. And he just kept talking about how he doesn't want her, how he doesn't want a play date. Now, and this is a kid that loves play dates. This is a kid that wants play dates. But all of a sudden right now, no, he's against it. He's never had one with her. These are new friends we've got. We're trying something new. And he's totally against it. He's totally against it to the point that he is fighting us and pushing back. And we're just trying to keep him happy the rest of the day. Until Hannah and Judah come over, we're just trying to keep him positive because he's not hearing it. He's not wanting it. They're arriving at the driveway and he's pouting in the corner. He doesn't want this change. He likes the friends we have already. He likes the relationships we have already. He likes the play dates he's got already. This new one, nope, not interested in this one. Doesn't want it, not at all. So Hannah and Judah and their family, they come in the door. They immediately go to Harvey's room and they're playing and they're doing stuff. And I'm not even thinking about it anymore because I'm wrapped in the social situation of talking to their parents and we're sitting around talking. And out of nowhere, out of Harvey's room comes Harvey wearing a Chewbacca mask. Now, if you know me, you know I love Star Wars. It's one of my favorite things in the world. I have a whole room for Star Wars in my house. I have a 9-foot Chewbacca statue in my home. That's how a little crazy. So when he comes out, that's normal in our house. When he comes out with a Chewbacca mask, that's totally normal. But what I didn't expect was Harvey comes out with a Chewbacca mask on and a green lightsaber. And Hannah comes out behind him with a Darth Vader mask and a red lightsaber. And they are just peas in a pod right now. Harvey is just, oh, this is great. And they're dueling. They're doing all this stuff. And it's incredible. It's like, is this the same kid? Is this the same kid that didn't want her, didn't need her, didn't want this, didn't have any interest in this, and now they are peas in a pod? I'm telling you, it was awesome. It was so awesome that when they left, Harvey walked right up to Hannah and said, Hannah, I don't want you to leave. and we went from, I don't want you to come over, to I don't want you to go away. All because of the change. The change was unfamiliar. But then once it happened, he didn't want the change to stop. He didn't want the change to begin. My son Nolan's the same way. We went on just a couple of weeks ago, we were in West Virginia. My in-laws live in West Virginia, and we were on a boat. And we were on this boat, and we'd rented a pontoon for the day to go out on Lake Somerville. And beautiful lake, man. Absolutely. Somerville Lake, beautiful place. Do it if you're ever in the area. Incredible experience. And we go out there. Now, we're Florida kids. All my kids can swim. They know what they're doing. But there's rules on this lake. And the rule on the lake is that anyone under 14 has to wear a life jacket. And my son doesn't want to wear a life jacket because he can swim. So he's on the boat. Both my kids, Harvey and Nolan, have to wear one. They don't want to wear one. They're not happy about it. And they got it on. And they're saying, I don't want to go on this boat. I don't want to do this. I don't want to ride it. And bear in mind, we bought this. We've rented this for the whole day. Like, there's no getting around this. There's no stopping it. I'm so excited. I love going on the boat. I love this. This is one of my happy places. But he's not happy. He's not wanting it. He's not doing it. He is throwing a fit. He is acting like this is the worst day of his life. And we are forcing him into the worst day. So we're on the boat. We pull off on the dock, and he's frowning, and he's upset, and he's complaining. And we start heading out on this lake. And we get out on this lake and we drive, and it's a big lake. It's almost, it feels more like a river than a lake because it has different areas and crevices you go. So we drive out to this deal and we find all these beautiful rock cliffs hanging into the water that are amazing. And we get to this one section that's known as Pirates Cove. And Pirates Cove has these rock ledges. And as we get there, there's all these teenagers on the side of these ledges jumping off of these cliffs into the water. And you can instantly, as we're pulling up, you can see both kids light up like, what's this? What is this? And so we're like, you guys want to do this? You want to do this? So Nolan and Harvey jump out of the boat, swim over the cliff. These teenagers take them under their wing, take them off the cliff. And my son Nolan is starting to do front flips off the cliffs. He got up to one that was probably 15 feet in the air minimum, maybe 20 feet. He's jumping off and just having a grand old time, loving it. This is amazing. They're laughing, they're screaming, they're having fun. And they didn't just have fun. When we turned the boat in that night, he asked every day for us to go back. All but after he didn't want to do it. All after he said, I don't like this. I don't want this. I want to stay on the land. I want to go back to the car. But then something happened that changed everything. He realized, hey, there's some fun here. Hey, there's some good here. Hey, this change was great. And right now, some of you are pouting about a procedure. Some of you are pouting about a next step. Some of you are pouting about doing onboarding. Some of you are fighting about doing the thing your coach has been telling you to do for the last year. Some of you are pushing back on what they say. Some of you are pushing back on the change that needs to happen. Some of you are finding anything you can do to not do some of the easiest things possible. And some of you are looking at AI Clinic Assistant saying, I don't know if I want to do this. And you're just putting it off. And I'm telling you, when you do it and you jump and you go through that door that God has opened for you, on the other side, you're going to be like, hey, I love this. This is awesome. This is better. Oh man, why didn't I? One of the things that's so fun about being in this company is to hear so many times. My favorite compliment about Integrity Doctors or AI Clinic Assist or whatever that we do is this. It's when someone says, I should have done this sooner. I should have joined sooner. I should have started this sooner. What was I scared of? And the reality is it was simply change. Not life-altering change. Not life-changing change. Not huge, monumental change. But just enough for your brain to say, this isn't our comfort zone. This is different. I don't know. Pump the brakes. It's time to change. It's time to implement. It's time to put this thing to work. Because I promise you, whatever your coach has asked you to do, whatever our system has asked you to do, is worth it, man. It's worth it. It's for your good. It's for your better. It's to increase your results. It's to change more lives. It's to get more people under chiropractic care, not less. It's to impact the world, not hurt it. It's to grow your community, not decrease it. It's to make you better. And that is why by attending this class today and this conference today, you have been in the right place at the right time. What a day. What a day. What an awesome privilege. And what a huge gift it is for all of us. I know I speak on behalf of all our percenters when I say we are so grateful to get to talk to you, to get to be a part of your growth, to be a part of your dream, to be a part of your purpose. This is just an incredible honor and opportunity for all of us. So, before I just say goodbye, let me pray you out, because I do want to bless you. I do want to tell you how grateful I am for you. So God, I want to thank you so much for the people that have stuck with us today, that have stayed on here today, that have gleaned in, that have learned, that have opened their ears and their minds and their hearts. And I pray a blessing over them. I pray a blessing over their practices, that because I know you have prepared a way for them. I know you have prepared a vision and a purpose and a destiny. And I know that you are here, and you put them in this place, and you put them with us. And we are so grateful for them. God, I pray that you'd bless each and every one of them this week, this month, the rest of this summer, the rest of this year, that you would put in their hearts to know that everything they're doing is serving you and serving the calling you put on their life, and the plan that you have for them and their community, and the lives that you need changed through them. God, we are so grateful for today, this time together, and we ask that you watch over each of our teams, each of our staff, and you continue to bless the Integrity Doctors family. We give you all the glory and the praise. Amen. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. We love you. We will see you very, very soon. Thanks for watching the 2026 Summer Stream.